Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome everyone to a forum where hope is our driving force. Hope inspires action, innovation, and impact. Welcome to the 2023 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. Together, we're making the case for optimism. Please welcome Operation Hope's President of Operations, Mr. Lance Triggs.
Y'all can do better than that. You're not tired already, are you? All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Day three. How are we doing so far? Everybody having a good time? All right. Well, we plan on closing extremely strong today. And again, I just want to welcome all of you to, again, the 2023 Hope Global Forum, making the case for optimism, and hopefully you're feeling optimistic after the past couple of days. So we have a great show for you this morning. What I want to do is acknowledge our sponsors, as always, because, you know, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have a Hope Global Forum. And so I wanted to make sure we acknowledge Huntington Bank. Let's give them a round of applause. Again, they're part of our 1 Million Black Business Initiative and $26 million in loans to black businesses through the 1MBB. And then I also want to give MasterCard a round of applause. We're doing great things with MasterCard tied to our 700 credit score program and changing credit scores, improving credit scores, and helping people to improve their financial well-being. And then I want to acknowledge Truist, because I know Truist is in now. It's not too early for Truist. And so we're very proud of not only them being a great sponsor, but again, being a great partner with 50 locations, supporting 1,000 bank branches across the United States. I think that deserves a round of applause. So we are, thanks to Truist, in many communities across the United States. And so thank you, Truist. And then last but not least, want to acknowledge Wells Fargo. I see Wells Fargo over there. Absolutely. And Wells Fargo is also going to be joining us at 50 locations in the next couple of years. We're already at 20, and we're going to increase that by 30 more. So thank you. And, you know, all these types of commitments and supports really allows Operation Hope to really be in all communities that need financial wellness and financial inclusion. And then I do want to acknowledge First Horizon Bank. First Horizon Bank, Keith and Beth and Melissa, they're one of our sponsors, but they were one of the first financial institutions that stepped up in a big way with 30 locations at the very beginning. So thank you, Beth. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Melissa, for your long-term and long-time support. So we're going to kick things off with some special presentations because we believe that recognition is important. And so we're going to get started. And we're going to get started by introducing one of our great partners, U.S. Bank, who we have. Yeah, well, U.S. Bank. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're in 9 or 10 locations with U.S. Bank and in new markets that Operation Hope has never been to. So thank you, U.S. Bank. So we would like to introduce you to the head of branch banking and Mr. Sekou Kailun. Come on up, Sekou, who's going to give some remarks. So let's give Sekou Kailun a great round of applause. All right, man. What's up, man? Good.
Yeah, I had a little stage right back there. Good morning, that in a late night. How are you doing? It's great to be here. All right. Well, I'm Sekou Kailun. As I said, I lead retail banking and small business at U.S. Bank, and I'm delighted to be back here. I was here with another institution years ago, and I'm glad to see that U.S. Bank continues to proudly support Operation Hope. And so one thing we said we did, and I can't take credit for this because they were already diligently working to figure out how we deepen the partnership. But last year, U.S. Bank said, we are going to double the number of coaches. I'm proud to stand before you and say that we are now in 11 states. So we continue our commitment. And one thing that we did as well, as you think about what happened in Minneapolis with George Floyd's murder. So it was the epicenter of civil unrest. We rebuilt one of our branches and really dedicated a space for Operation Hope to truly reflect the opportunity and promise that is in the community. And this is an area where we welcome everyone to lean in. No bank needs to be a monopoly on supporting the community. And we've seen Wells Fargo and others also add coaches in Minneapolis. I think when we walk together, this is how we'll truly make a difference. The commitment and dedication of everyone in this room, the staff, means that we are on the cusp of continuing to transform and create greater opportunity. And the last thing I want to talk about is our Operation Hope 1865 project that we're supporting with Operation Hope around financial health. And the reason that's important is we've talked about this, have been phenomenal sessions, right? But to impart that insight and for us to do it at scale means that we're providing opportunities for communities with the necessary insights so that they can grow their businesses, that they can grow as individuals. And so we're delighted, and we're going to announce now, I'll only give you a little bit of information on it, but we want to expand our partnership. So we are going to create for 2024 Operation Hope certified coaches within the U.S. Bank. And so we want to leverage Operation Hope to really, again, empower us at scale to deliver to the community. So thank you. It's been a phenomenal conference. Great to be back. Great to see so many faces in the audience. And my time is up. All right.
Let's give U.S. Bank a better round of applause. We love Hope Certified Plus. We are excited about that. So next up, we also have some other recognition that we would like to announce, featuring multiple partners of Operation Hope and supporters of over the years. And so without further ado, I'd like to invite my colleagues and comrades for many years, Mary Earsom, who's president of partnerships, and Brian Betts, who's president and chief financial officer for Operation Hope.
Good morning. Good. I hope you all had a wonderful night last night, and thank you all. Welcome to day 2. So many of you have been part of the success of Operation Hope for years as partners. And in 2023, we made a commitment to relaunch our work in continuing the legacy of the Freedmen's Bank, making free enterprise and capitalism available to all throughout the country and throughout the world. We continue to grow our programs, and we've set a 5-year strategic plan in place to reach all the goals and objectives that Lance shared for 1 million Black businesses, our Hope Inside programs, our Hope Inside the Workplace programs, our disaster recovery and response, and our youth programming. But in parallel to that, Operation Hope is committed to building a solid foundation so that we can continue to put efficiencies in place, to scale our work, to measure our work, to build relationships with the public sector, with other nonprofit organizations. So we relaunched what's called the 1865 membership program in June and have set a $10 million goal for 2023 to reinvest in ourselves, to practice our own financial literacy as an organization, as a company, as a business, and to continue to drive our mission forward for financial inclusion, financial wellness, and what we more so call financial dignity for all. So I am very pleased today to introduce you to and deliver awards to our founding circle members who have contributed $1 million towards the membership program in 2023. So I'd like to welcome Shauna Stevens from Bank of America, Yolande Matthews from Truist. Darlene Goins from Wells Fargo. And Tom Hart from U.S. Bank. We also, Brad Smith, former CEO of Intuit and founder of his own personal foundation, Wing to Wing Foundation, is also a $1 Million Founder Circle member. And also a company that you all know well, McDonald's. So we have raised $9.6 million towards our $10 million goal in 2023. And for all those who have not joined as 1865 members, I invite you to join. You can sign up outside at the membership desk or get in touch with any of us and help us reach our goal of $10 million by New Year's Eve. So thank you, everyone. I want to welcome PNC as well on the board. Crystal Williams.
So let's give our partners a round of applause. Take the photo op. This is huge, everybody. 1865 is a game changer. So I want to definitely thank all of our partners from Truist to U.S. Bank to PNC to Wells Fargo and Bank of America for their long-term commitment to this movement called 1865. So thank you all very much and for your support, and not just for 1865, but for everything you do supporting the Operation Hope mission. And so we appreciate you. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody.
Please welcome award-winning journalist and host of Lawmakers on Georgia Public Television, Donna Lowry.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back, everyone. Are you excited about another day? I am, because there's so much going on. So I hope you're ready for an amazing, amazing time today. And we're going to make sure you don't miss a single minute of it. Stay right here. If you're at home and want to listen in, go to the iHeart app and you can listen to Hope Global Forums. Do that. You don't want to miss it. So let's get going. We're going to start with a very, very special guest. Please help me in welcoming the United States Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, the Honorable Wally Adeyemo. Wally Adeyemo, let's hear it.
Thank you for that introduction, and it is so great to be here with all of you. And before I start with my remarks, I wanted to say a special word of thanks to John Hope Bryant. Would you join me in giving him a round of applause? So in addition to starting this amazing organization that has transformed lives and helped communities, John and I met more than a decade ago when he came to the Treasury Department and told then Secretary Lew and myself the story of the Freedmen's Bank, of its failure, but also about the ways in which we could use that failure as an opportunity to teach important lessons about the promise that America still had to make to those that deserved more and were given less. And with his help and with your former mayor's help, we renamed the Freedmen's Forum building in Washington, D.C. at his urging, and created a forum at the Treasury Department that happens on an annual basis in which we have an opportunity to remember the legacy of the Freedmen's Bank, but also to think about the ways in which we can invest in hope, invest in communities, and help us grow an economy that works for all Americans. So I'm happy to be here today with you because, like all of you, I believe there truly is a case for optimism in America. Because of the American people, because of the work that you do, because of the importance that the important things that we are doing to make sure that we grow an American economy that works for everyone. Before I talk about where we are and where we're going, I want us to take a moment and just remember where we came from. The point I would make is that just a few years ago, when the president took office, a gathering like this one would have been impossible. It would have been impossible for us to be sitting in a room together, being able to talk together about the progress we want to make as a country, because on a daily basis, when the president took office, 3,000 Americans were dying. 3,000 of our fellow citizens were dying from a disease that was uncontrolled in this country. 15% unemployment. Our children weren't learning. We faced a crisis of global proportions and a pandemic that was, at that point, uncontrolled. It was because of an American company working with a German company that the first vaccine to face this pandemic was discovered, American innovation. It was because of people like you that small businesses around this country got access to the money they needed to stay open, to keep people employed. American determination. And today, we are in the midst of a historic small business boom, not only because of those investments, but the investments we've continued to make. And there's work that we need to continue doing, but we wouldn't be here but for the grit and determination of the American people and the investments that were made by our government. But many of those investments flow through the institutions in this room. The bank loan officers who made sure that that small business that was having trouble getting access to PPP finally got access. That was the time of the determination that was necessary to make sure that we were able to make it through the pandemic. And we not only made it through the pandemic, but as somebody who, as part of my job, I travel the world, I have to tell you that America made it through better than any other country, any of our peers and our competitors, but we had more work to do. But just at that moment when we were making it through the pandemic, Russia launched the largest war in Europe since World War II. And while the brunt of Russia's aggression was felt and continues to be felt by the brave Ukrainian people, Russia's war led to higher oil prices, which led to higher gas prices. It led to higher food costs. And the damage that Russia did to Ukraine was also damage that they did to the global economy that we're still dealing with. But America has been better positioned to deal with that than any other country as well. We've seen the president use the strategic oil reserve to help lower the cost of gas in this country. But in addition to trying to lower the cost of gas today, and it's down 40% from its peak, he's also made investments in clean energy, because we know that ultimately our future, because of climate change, but also our energy security, is tied to the idea of us being able to make clean energy investments in this country. And over the first year of the Inflation Reduction Act, we've seen those investments go not only to the communities that have always gotten those type of investment dollars, but they've gone to communities that have often been left out and left behind. For example, just here in Georgia, 91% of the Inflation Reduction Act dollars, the money that's gone towards building manufacturing facilities and hiring new workers, have gone to communities with below medium hourly wages. 86% of those dollars have gone to communities where the average college graduation rate is below the national average. This money is going into communities where it's needed to help unlock potential and create opportunity, not just for rural and urban communities, but for all Americans to help grow our economy. And as part of this, our goal is to make sure that each one of those Americans who are given these opportunities to get jobs that pay well, to help grow their economy, also have access to the type of financial education and financial opportunity that is critical to being able to create opportunities and economic success for their families. We have a lot of work to do here in America, but we're starting from a strong place because of the grit and determination of the American people, because of the work of people like you, and what the president is focused on, as he says so well, is giving the American people a hand up, not a handout, to help us make sure that we're building the type of economy that works for everyone. That's why we're making investments like the bipartisan infrastructure law that's going to allow us to make sure that every American has access to high-speed internet. I like to repeat the fact that 1 in 5 rural households today doesn't have access to high-speed internet. Rural America is in need of investments, and that's exactly what we're doing through the bipartisan infrastructure law, where we're making investments in making sure that high-speed internet not only gets to urban communities that have been left out, but also to rural communities that have been left out. The Inflation Reduction Act, the money there, again, is money that's going to be used to make sure that we transform the economy into a clean energy economy, but we're not going to do it in a way that leaves people out, but rather brings people in, including in communities that have been traditional energy communities, as well as in urban and rural communities as well. And then finally, the CHIPS and Science Act, which is going to allow us to build semiconductors here at home, is going to lead to manufacturing jobs here in America as well. I'm optimistic about America, not only because of these investments, but because of the American people, who have proven to be innovative and to be determined despite the challenges we face. And I know that we are going to be in many ways driven by the important work that you do to make sure that those American people have access to the information they need to build financial futures. And that's why I'm here today, to both celebrate the progress we've made, but to talk to you about the ways that we can work together to make sure that America does what we've done for generation after generation after generation, which is build innovative, successful companies here at home that create jobs for Americans, and to do it in a way that brings more people in. So I want to thank you today for the hard work that you're doing, for the opportunity to be here, for the way that you are optimistically helping to lead this country forward, and I look forward to being your partner in that. Thank you for having me.
Here you go again. Oh, you know, he's from the government. He's here to help us. Okay, look. Good morning. Let me help you out here. We're the largest economy in the world. $22 trillion a year. We're the sole superpower in the world. Others want to be us. There is a Secretary of the Treasury, and the Treasury Department is the only federal building connected to the White House. The most important address, arguably, in the world. And the first person of color, the first African, the first black person ever in the history of America to be Deputy Secretary, #2, on the most important economy and arguably the most relevant country in the world is Wally Adeyemo. And it gets better. So you wake up in the morning and you say, I don't like what Putin is doing. I don't like what these terrorists are doing. I don't like what our country is not doing to fight back. What you don't know is in the building that is called the Freedmen's Bank building, which I'm giving credit for, by the way, to get the government to rename, do Secretary Jack Lew. By the way, that wouldn't have happened without him. I'll get to that in a moment. But what you don't know is I can't go in the building that I helped to get renamed, because that's where we do our financial espionage, our financial, that's where our financial security is managed through. I can't go in the building. It's a completely secure building. It used to be called a Treasury Annex building. That's where they do all of the sanctions for Putin, all of the sanctions for these rogue dictators. All of that is done in that former Treasury Annex building, now called the Freedmen's Bank building. And the man in charge of that he was an advisor at that point to Secretary Jack Lew under the Obama administration. I came to this crazy idea. I wanted to inspire the renaming of the Freedmen's Bank building. I was walked out by lawyers, walked out by security. I was told, who do you think you are? I'm just God's child, an American citizen, and I think I have a right to a voice. They said, but you're not a senator, you're not a congressman, you're not a governor. Who do you think you are? How do you think you can rename a federal building? You need to go through Congress. You got to go through the Historical Society. I said, just try. If you don't try, I'll never leave. But the one person who listened to me, the one person in the government who said, hold on, let's hear his case, who walked me into the office of the Secretary of the Treasury, and he was the advisor, and said, let's listen to him, and told the attorneys, why don't you try? The attorneys come back and say, you know, it's odd. We went and checked the books, Mr. Secretary. You can do this administratively. I then turn to the Secretary of the Treasury and say, well, you can't tell me that the Treasury Annex building is a sexier name than the Freedmen's Bank building. And he said, I think I'll rename it. None of that would have happened. It was 2015 and 2016. I think I'm the only American citizen ever to inspire the renaming of a building on the White House campus. I'm honored by that. But without this man, none of it would have happened. He walks around humbly. He doesn't bring attention to himself. He's going to walk on the stage and you would not have had a clue. I'm telling you, he's one of the most powerful people in the world. When he walks in a room anywhere in the world, people tremble. Bad people around the world know that their money's going to get cut off. They tremble. They're not concerned about the Secretary of Defense. They're concerned about the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. I am giving him the Hope Award because he's a bad brother. I love you. I love you, Dad.
Wasn't that awesome? It's just thrilling to see all of this happen here, all these incredible people, and that will continue all day today. So our next guest is the co-founder and CEO of e-commerce innovator Shopify. Please welcome Mr. Toby Lutke.
Good morning, Atlanta! So here we go again. We keep bringing you so many heroes and sheroes. My only concern is that you're going to get spoiled. And maybe we should just bring you one Toby a year. Because it's important that we never get comfortable. We never get casual. We never think that this is just what people do. Toby doesn't speak. I'm sorry, he speaks. By the way,
apparently I make people uncomfortable too.
The most beautiful eyes on the planet. I mean, look at these. They're just gorgeous. My wife won't mind me saying it. I mean, they're just, I'm completely straight. But this is, I mean, I look in his eyes and
This is a good
he loses it every time, just like that. We'll get into how we met and all this stuff in a minute, but I need to properly contextualize this. This is probably, of everybody I've ever had speak, please listen to me now, in 10 forums and in 30 years, there's maybe 2 people equally qualified or maybe more qualified than me to speak on these topics. And one of them you'll hear this afternoon. The second person you're about to hear right now. Toby is actually, I believe, more qualified to give you the inspiration you need for coming up from nothing than me or anybody else that we've ever brought in 31 years. Hold on for a second. He started a snowboarding company, him and another guy. All he wanted to do was to be a snowboarder and to pay for it. By the way, that failed. Is that right?
It's the least successful thing I ever tried to do.
But that was his passion. And Toby is, as you're about to find out, a little shy. To get him to come here was an act of Congress, and he's not in the United States, he's in Canada, so I couldn't get Congress to force him to come here. But he came out of love. He doesn't know you, and he loves you. Toby built this company with help from others, and in time, my friend Toby Y, who may be in the audience, I'm not sure. He's got a Santa Claus beard. I'm not sure he's here, but it was originally just Toby and this dream. Today, this dream, I want you to be so inspired by this. He is doing right now, this year, he's on track to do over $400 billion in revenue.
GMV.
No. Let me, it's too many zeros to process. Let me do it in reverse. He's not the government. Nobody gave him anything. It's almost $500 billion a year in revenue. During Black Friday, and he was just so, he wasn't not bragging about himself, he's bragging about, during Black Friday, there was a new sale for a new business once every
19 seconds.
Every 19 seconds on Black Friday, a new entrepreneur somewhere rang the bell on new revenue for their dream. Every 19 seconds.
This is what we celebrate. New business formation, new entrepreneurship, people reaching for independence. It's like, it's our, the amazing entrepreneurs on Shopify who have this success. It's like with 400 billion, it's such a crazy number of sales and starting new businesses. There's millions of businesses on the platform, which I'm incredibly proud of. And it is it's a winding path to get there. It's as you say, it's like, it started trying to solve a problem for myself in 2004, selling snowboards. And what I kept hearing from people who were following the journey of doing this, back then it was still new to start a business on the internet. You know, people brought businesses onto the internet, but people didn't start, especially retail businesses there. And everyone who has encountered or worked on a retail business knows this is one of the most participatory things you can do. It's a way of, it's almost a form of self-expression. You're willing something into existence that doesn't exist without it. Because you want to put something in the world, you want to create a product. And to me, this was really, really important. And while I was doing this, people were just sending me messages saying, what you're building, can you share this? Can you share the software you're making that's supporting your journey? And that became Shopify afterwards. And now with millions and millions of businesses around the world, almost 20 years later, it's been an incredibly humbling journey.
And you're still a very humble guy, and thank God for your wife, because she gives you personality and energy and warmth, and You know, I sort of hug you through your wife.
Our wives are not getting good credit, but we do. It's a team production to do something like this.
It is. She's fantastic. Absolutely. And Chaitra and your wife have become good friends. And as we sort of roll this back, Toby, just for a second, we know Jeff Bezos, great guy, and of course brilliant, but I'm upset with Jeff at the moment. I'm upset with him because if it wasn't for Jeff Bezos, he'd be the star of e-commerce in the world, because the only company larger than him for creating small businesses in the world is Amazon. Maybe that now gives you some context for who's in front of you. The only company, the only person who's done more for small business and entrepreneurship, lighting a lighthouse in the entire world since he founded this in 2004, is my friend Toby I.
Thank you, my friend.
And Toby and I met on a hayride in the middle of the country. Had a nice chat, and people don't believe it, but I'm a bit of an introvert. I don't just talk. I really don't. I don't talk for no reason. I'm a little uncomfortable. Yes. I have to have a purpose and a reason.
We definitely connected over our introversion, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever said this in public. I'm a very private person living a very public life. If it's purposeful, I'll talk all day. But just to, like, how's the weather and all that stuff, I have no interest whatsoever in, like, happy talk. It's not happy to me because it's just wasting, like, energy. And so he got on the hayride. I'm like, hi. And he's like, hi back. And so, but we connected on purpose and became friends on purpose and got, built a relationship. And fast forward, God forbid, George Floyd gets murdered. I get this call, an email actually, and then a call. What can I do? I'm sorry, before that, would you mind helping me talk to my employees to help to process this unexplainable tragedy? I'd be honored. I also want to acknowledge Harley, who's on our board, who's the president of Shopify, who's a great guy, and who's been very helpful. And I get this call, will you talk to our people? So he's doing a town hall. I believe because of the pandemic, it was virtual mostly. Yeah. And I know I tied in virtually, and we had this very honest and raw conversation with your people. And we finished, and I did a lot of this during that time, and I just presumed we'd move on to something else. You're a busy guy, you move on to something else. He calls me back. What can we do? What can be done? Is there any way I can help? And I just sort of said, without thinking very hard about it, I don't know. Can you help me create 1 million new black businesses in America? And he said, send me something. I just figured it's a throwaway line. You're trying to get me off the phone. Like, when he said, can I help? I think he meant like, can I send a donation to the NAACP? Or can I send $1,000 to United Way? Or can I pray for you or something? I think that's what he thought maybe. That's what a normal person would say is, something reasonable. I said something unreasonable. So in my opinion, the first thing he wants to do is get off the phone. So he said, send me something. I think he's being courteous, gracious. So I wrote a little deck up and I mailed it to him, emailed it to him. Crickets. I heard nothing. So after a week, I sent him another note. By the way, here's a lesson for success in life. You don't write anything down, write this down. Talk without being offensive. Listen without being defensive. Most importantly, always leave even your adversary with their dignity. Because if you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life working to make you miserable. It becomes personal. Step over mess and not in it. Toby owed me nothing. Toby's a Canadian citizen. Toby is not our government. Toby didn't do anything to George Floyd. Toby didn't own slaves. I mean, Toby didn't owe me anything. He's a snowboarder who happened to end up in e-commerce, who I met on a hayride. I wrote him this email. I didn't get a response. I wrote him back and said, hey, man, I didn't get a response. Presume that you weren't interested. It's cool. We'll be fine. Thanks for asking. Love you much. See you around next time. John Bryant. I sent him an email. He responded. What are you talking about? I said yes. It was stuck in my spam folder. Always check your spam folder. So I'm going to find that email and frame it, by the way. And do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know the spam inbox thing, but that makes the story so much better right now.
Well, I didn't want to tell you that, you know, my commitment for $130 million has been stuck in the spam folder. So the story gets weirder. Is Toby Y here? He's not here. Okay, I'm gonna embarrass him anyway. He's in the back. So Toby Y, I say Toby Y because Toby is T-O-B-Y, T-O-B-I. So Toby Y has this big Santa Claus beard. You see him, big rugby player. And so he said, look, will you work with Toby to work out the details? And it's during the pandemic. And so we have to do this by virtual. And he and I went back and forth for 3 months and worked this thing up. I think we started at about 10 million, then it got up to 30 million, and then about 3 days before the whole Global Forum, October 2020, I believe, Toby Y called me after talking to you, after talking to Harley, talking to management, said, would you mind if we did 130 million? I tried to be so cool. I was like, oh, yeah, that'd be fine. Meanwhile, I'm like, so like 2 days later, we documented, those emails back and forth. Again, $130 million commitment. I never met Toby Y until yesterday. And yes, I kissed him on the forehead. Gave him I tried to hug him, but he's like this big. Great guy. And thank you for making that happen. And the commitment was made. And most people make these commitments and they're press releases and they go away. You embedded this into the ether of Shopify. You got your management teams on it. When one team didn't work out, you got another team. You asked me, were things working? They weren't really working very well because you had a tech company and a community organization, and we were doing this and doing this. People meant well, but your people had KPIs, key performance indicators. My people had KPIs. They were different, and it was a lot of well-intentioned, we're missing each other completely, and you said to your team, knock it off. I said to my team, knock it off, and we kept doing that until it became a working machine.
Yes.
We never gave up. I remember at one time we met and you said, how are we doing? I said, I think we need a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You said, well, I'll write a personal check to help with that and let me go. And you probably went back into the huddle 3 or 4 times to make sure that people were keeping their commitment. And Lance Triggs told me right before I came out here that after 2.5 years, I guess this would be actually technically 3 years of a 10-year commitment to create 1 million new black businesses, which now partners with major banks in this country, now partners with the U.S. Small Business Administration, has become a beacon in the world. You type in your computer 1MBB, and this commitment just comes up. You type in 1 million black business, both of our names, company names come up. You type in Shopify, within the first page, 1MB shows up. You've not buried this, you profiled this, you led this, you featured this, you put elbows in this, you see it as business development and philanthropy, bringing new black people and brown people on your platform. All that said, in 3 years, a commitment for 1 million new black businesses, we are at 400,000 black businesses created, inspired, nurtured. Join me. I can't wait. Give this man the Hope Award right now.
Thank you so much.
Just to give you some context, there's only 3.1 million black businesses in America. We're over 10%. What's that, 15%? Help me with somebody with statistics. 400,000 of 3.1 million is about 15%. One dude from Canada, a snowboarder.
You're being too kind. It's one of my favorite campaigns. It's one of my favorite things we do because it's so like. Here's what I learned. Other than you need often a couple of runs to get something really off the ground. It's hard to build a momentum, but it's also hard to stop a momentum and a movement once you have it. Like, a lot is being made of large businesses and how they sit in society differently than people might want them to. But and often they do. But it's because I don't think we just go and look for the overlap. Like there is such beautiful mission overlap here. It's like the thing we are doing together is exactly what my company exists for. It is like there to be allow extraordinary individuals or even ordinary individuals to reach for their own independence. It is often not plan A for their career. It's often not even plan B. Some people have to go into entrepreneurship because it's the only thing that exists. And the beautiful thing about being an entrepreneur is that it turns around a thing that might have happened in your life. Like everyone, I think about life, certainly my experience of my early life was, it's a school of hard knocks. It's like you're constantly put down and like things do not work out the way you do, and often for good reasons, because when you're young, you might not understand the world the way it works, and that misunderstanding manifests itself in things just not working out for you. And you roll with that. Those are things that set you back, but here's a wonderful thing on the moment you become an entrepreneur. Suddenly all of these events in your life that were probably negative events turn into the gym and the engine for you. They are the things that are propelling you forward. Entrepreneurship is the school of hard knocks. It's your energy source at this point. You've trained for this moment. And so there are just people who, like so many more people than we believe in our communities all over the world, who just, maybe they can't work for other people. Maybe they are just trying the wrong thing, and plan C actually should be plan A. It's a better plan for them. And so, but as we know, the opportunity is not obvious to people. I've had, my grandmother was an entrepreneur, and I grew up with her, so she lived this in front of me. Entrepreneurship was a tool in my toolbox growing up. The moment I saw a snowboard hill, slopes, and wanted to make money while being on a lift, I realized if I sell snowboards online, I can do all these kind of things. It just was there as a thing that didn't seem extraordinarily as a thing to do. And so I tried it. And the awareness that we can create here is incredible. Most people do not have someone in their family who has demonstrated this. How many more businesses could exist in the world if we inspire more people and just say to them, hey, like this is, people like you have reached for independence in your communities. Yeah. And especially, as you know, in some communities, there isn't that much opportunity. So often it becomes one of the best ones to do. So the thing I'm most proud of the hundreds of thousands of businesses that we've created here is many of them might not exist without this. Like, it is not a zero-sum game. Yeah. It is like actually a deeply participatory game. It's like if you want as many people make as many products and create as many things with their hands, challenging themselves, turning their life's experiences and the knocks they've gotten into lessons that they can apply and create a better business because of that for their employees and so on. And just it's a virtuous cycle that's actually beautiful. And it's the privilege of my life is that I get to make a product for the most inspiring group of people imaginable, like people who are putting themselves out there and build new things that otherwise wouldn't exist.
That's beautiful, Toby. That's beautiful. I'm watching the time because they keep cheating me on time. I look down and I have 6 minutes, and I look down and it's got 0. It's like, I'm good at math. Like, that just can't be right. But can I have a few more minutes with Toby? Look, I want to ask a personal question so that I think they'll connect to this audience, but I want to go back to this, the partnership. And by the way, they give a free domain name. They do domain name search for free. They do a website for you for free. They do a Shopify account for you for 4 months for free. They give you payment systems for free. They help you with delivery systems. They consult with you on online business. If you have an existing restaurant, they'll give you an e-commerce restaurant as a partner. If you have an existing barbershop, you have an e-commerce barbershop as a partner. It doesn't have to be a new business. It can be an existing business that is now connected to the future of future of technology and AI and robotics and everything else, because they're going to give you an e-commerce sister or parent or partner with that existing business. So it's a new business or expanding an existing business. And then we put banks and credit lines. And by the way, you make a sale, they'll give you a credit line against your next sale. I'm gonna repeat that. Yeah, I started about money. He said, say it again. You're on Shopify and you make a sale. They're not gonna check your credit. They're not gonna run a credit check. They're not gonna do a FICO score check. They're not gonna underwrite you. They're not gonna charge you some crazy interest rate. There's none of that. You make a sale and you qualify with the next sale for financing. They'll finance your growth. Did I get this right?
Yes, and you need to take some credit because there's lots of your advice is built into this program, and it's a huge program and massively successful, but not going to the FICO scores and all these things where it comes straight from your advice.
Yeah. Now, if you need a credit line for a truck to drive your stuff around or a building, that's where the credit score stuff comes in, and that's where the banks come in. We have those banks layered in. Truist and JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo and Bank of America and others are there to help with that, and that's also important. So it's a family affair. But the sale itself is financed that supports you through Shopify. And then we have Aprio providing free accountants. And we have lawyers, accountants, business management firms, each giving 2 hours each to wrap around that entrepreneur, because 96%, as Bishop Jake said last night, 97% of all of these businesses don't have an employees. So which means it makes you a self-employment project, not a business. So we got to turn you into a real business, and all of that is worth about $25,000 per business. And the only thing Toby asked me backstage was, do you have time to meet today to figure out how we make 1MBB better and how we do more? That's what he said to me backstage. So here's my closing. I know that we're a little over. Have you enjoyed this? I'm about to enter into the brilliant mind of Toby, and now the heart of Toby. I've never asked you this, but everybody, have $1 trillion in revenue, up from nothing. My last book, the stock is doing great. You're doing great. You're celebrated, one of the wealthiest men in the world. At one point, you're the wealthiest man in Canada, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Other people come in for advice and counsel, but people don't realize it's very lonely sitting there. It can be very sad sitting in these seats sometimes. What can you say, Toby, from the depth of your heart? And I know this is not an easy conversation because you and I prefer to be on a computer screen or something, but these people need to take something away that's part of you. What can you say or relate to that they're going through that might give them some sense of inspiration in your own life and your own journey?
Oh man, yeah. Look, like I said, for going from snowboards to this was not the plan A for me either. Look, here's something I magically figured out very early in life. I apprenticed in Germany as a computer programmer, which you can do there. It's like this sort of making things with your hands is not the way people think about computers, but it is actually a craft, really. What I learned there is that it's a puzzle. If you work with computers, if you work with really on anything, it's like someone drops a puzzle box onto your desk in the morning, and it's a different one every day. And I come to love that. And I realized that, yes, you're right. If that's all you do, that's a lonely thing. But what you can do is find other people who love complicated puzzle boxes. Like, there is magic in doing difficult things day in, day out, surrounded by friends. And it's actually, if that's what you're optimizing your life for, and make sure that the things that you build, the puzzles you solve, are helpful to the people around them, or are need to exist, then other people will agree with you on this. And it's amazing how much that is just a reoccurring realization that I keep having. And the scale is absolutely crazy, but it's still, I feel like I'm doing the same thing I've done on day one. Find amazing people, understand their potential, bring them on, and go solve difficult things with them, and make sure that if you stumble along the way on any kind of gifts, or on any kind of discoveries, give them away. Like, give them to everyone, share them as widely as possible, make more things. I think this is at the same time the simplest thing you'll ever hear, but it's not easy to do. It's not the narrative that you're being told day in, day out. And I get to do this every day. I wish more people would do it. I'm so proud of the millions of people who are doing something very similar. Again, with their stores and all the entrepreneurs in the room who are putting themselves out there. I think the world needs a vastly higher percentage of the world needs to be building things. And I think we sometimes sleep a little bit on how much that, the progress of the planet Earth really depends on the builders.
And yes. And my last question, Toby. I think that life's about managing pain. The pain we create for ourselves, the pain visited upon us by others. And the presumption is that life is easy for you, that life's perfect. Every day is just a rose garden. You wake up and people come and give you grapes and put them in your mouth or some crazy thing. and I want this audience to know that that's just not true. No. That you have bad days too, and you got to push through them, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you can relate to them because you've pushed through too, just like they've pushed through. And your courage, I think they can feel. And there's something else they can feel, your humanity. We love you, Toby.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Toby Lukey, everybody.
Whoa, another conversation of quotable quotes and just inspiration. That's what this is all about. So congratulations to Toby. We're so glad he was here. I want to thank him for just being here for this. He has this wonderful commitment to small business owners everywhere, and we need to celebrate that. And it was great to just see him there. Now, of course, we have another special guest. They keep coming. We are honored to welcome the 18th Secretary of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Honorable Marcia L. Fudge.
Yeah, you did it right. When a member of the President's Cabinet of the United States of America walks in the room, you give them the flowers that they deserve. We give them, absolutely. But when it's a black person and a sister,
You are so insane.
pretty much, you can't do this sane.
You cannot.
You cannot build something like this from ground up. A nonprofit social investment bank. Madam Secretary, when I did this, I mean, people roll their eyes at me. Oh, John Bryant, oh, financial literacy, oh, capitalism. I mean, for a decade, people just rolled their eyes. Nobody's rolling their eyes anymore. But you have to be a little off to do this. You have to be to believe you can change the world or get people to believe in themselves at scale. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You do it every day. This is your job.
It is. That is what I do every single day.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that when people ask me, do I still have hope for this country? I have to have hope. It is something that gets me up every single day.
Yes.
You know, I'm a kid that grew up poor and didn't even really know I was poor. You know that kind of kid. But I grew up in a home. And I'm one of the kids that got out of a neighborhood that a lot of people don't get out of. And so as a consequence, I carry their hopes and dreams.
That's right.
So failure is not an option.
That's it.
It just isn't an option. It is important for people, especially children, to have a sense of security. I grew up in this big house with a whole lot of people in it, right?
In what city?
In Cleveland, Ohio.
There we go.
So we had this two-family house. On one side of the house was my great-grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their 6 kids, and whoever moved from the South. On our side was my grandparents, my mother, my brother, and I, my aunt and her kids, and whoever moved from the South. And so we had a house full of people all the time. I never knew what it was like to not feel supported and loved. Never knew it. And so that's why I've always believed that I could do whatever I wanted to do.
That's right.
But young people that don't have that security,
That's right.
parents who don't know where their children will sleep at night, parents who can't say to their kids, you know what, little Johnny or little Mary, I need you to just go to school and not worry about anything else. But when children take on those burdens that they see in their parents' struggle, it makes their lives so difficult. So I want every child to grow up like I did. It didn't make any difference that I was poor. I had everything I needed. And I need every child in this country to do that. And that is my mission. That is my mission.
You remind me of my mother. You look like her.
Oh, my gosh.
She had the same spunk as you. She would tell me off just like you just did. And all in love and encouragement, she'd hold me accountable as you held people accountable. She was a big dreamer, and she passed on 2 months ago. She was on the stage last year.
Sorry.
But I sort of feel her channeling energy through you. And as you were talking, it reminded me of a quote that was partly inspired by her, because she told me she loved me every day of my life. She said, there's a difference between being broke and being poor. Being broke is economic, but being poor is a disabling frame of mind and a depressed condition of our spirit. And we must vow never, ever, ever to be poor again.
No.
You were broke, but you weren't poor.
That is exactly right.
You were told you were loved, you believed
Every day.
every day, and now you're pouring that institutionally, structurally into, you try to figure out, my sense is, you correct me, you try to figure out where is the place where I can take my gifts and my intelligence and my self-love and have the biggest impact in a short period of time on my people and on all people who struggle and who don't believe at scale. Did I get that right?
You got it absolutely right. But the one thing that I realized over my career is that we are not a problem people. We are people with problems.
Woo!
And I think it is important for the government to show that they work for us, because that is the government's job.
That's right.
And so if we can't convince people that we can make your life better, I have no business here, John.
Yes.
You know, I really believe very strongly that I am just one of God's chosen people. I believe that. I live every day like that. And so I am put in places to make change.
Yes.
And if I have to tear it up, then I will tear it up. Because sometimes that's what you have to do. I mean, institutional racism is real. Redlining is real. Discrimination and bias in housing is real. So if you don't come and call it out and fight it and bring the people around you who can make it happen, then I have no business here. I might as well just go home, because I'm old enough to retire. I can go sit home.
That's right.
But right now, because I don't want another job, I don't need another job, I'm going to leave this with the legacy that I think that I want to leave it with.
Well, there are not many callings more relevant or important in the world than the United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in the President's cabinet. As I keep repeating, the largest and most successful economy and country in the world. You know, some of my friends will complain about America. And I say, look, democracy and capitalism are horrible systems, except for every other system.
That's right.
And I say, you don't like this, you don't like that. I get it, I'm with you. Here's a plane ticket.
But not only
They never leave.
Because they have no place to go.
Ain't no place to go. Wherever you go, it's worse than this.
Absolutely. The other thing is that we get so caught up in who we like.
That's right.
How somebody says something. Let's finally take the time to support people who support our communities, who support our children,
That's right.
who support our jobs. But no, we gotta like somebody. They're not coming to your house for dinner. I don't care if you don't like them.
That's it.
You know, we have to do.
That's it.
This is when you live this life, you don't opt out, John.
That's right.
You don't opt out.
That's right.
You have to decide that you are going to live it to its fullest, give the best you've got.
That's right.
And support people who need your help.
That's right.
I speak for people who have no voice every day. And I am fortunate, quite honestly, to work for a president and vice president who let me do what I want to do.
That's right.
You know, so people don't realize what we do. My budget, my just operating budget is $80 billion. My operating budget.
Wow. $80 billion a year.
Right. I have more than 8,000 employees.
Yep.
We just last year spent almost $500 million on contracts with Black, brown, and small businesses last year. We spent more money trying to make sure that we could get people in homes. Who else comes into a job and says, you know what, if you have student debt, I'm going to make it so that it doesn't affect you in a way that you can't get a mortgage. So we've changed the way we do underwriting for student loan debt. Because who has that? Black, brown, and poor people.
That's right.
We came in and we said, you know, if you pay your rent on time, it should mean something. But people come to present to lenders, and because they have no other credit, they'll say, you're not credit worthy.
That's right.
Now we're saying, if you paid your rent on time for a year, we deem you credit worthy.
Right.
Because it's the only way you get yourself out of the situation. We have situations now where the president in his last budget asked for $100 million just for down payment assistance.
Nice.
Because we know if people can pay their rent, they can pay a mortgage.
Yeah.
Because it's generally less. It's the down payment that creates the impediment. So we're putting down payment money on the table.
Nice.
People just don't realize the work we do. It's little, but it's big.
So one thing that frustrates me, I mean, marketing is just so important, and sometimes idiots are the best marketers. And what I don't get, and again, I'm nonpartisan. I've advised Republican and Democratic presidents. But let me just tell you, President Biden has actually really fostered a pretty stable economy.
That's right.
There's a lot of jobs, there's a lot of growth. I mean, just looking at the numbers, You really have to be sort of impressed. But people want to beat him up and talk. Look, this is not personal. Look at the data. The data is undeniable. He's succeeding. And so I don't get it. I don't get the games. We need to figure out, America needs to win.
Bingo.
We need to win. Again, I would say it again. If we don't, we'll be speaking Mandarin in 10 years. Because there are countries who want to replace us. And we keep playing this game of, I want me to win and you to lose. No. I can win and you can win too. And so, look, I think that you guys, clearly there are areas that everybody can improve on. And I said yesterday that, I said last night on CNBC that there was probably a bit too much stimulus money. Well, that was bipartisan, by the way. Everybody did that. But we were also trying to keep the economy from melting down because no one had a book to pull off the shelf called What Do You Do in a Pandemic every 200 years. So I think we've actually done an extraordinary job. You have done an extraordinary job. The administration has done under trying circumstances. Nobody's perfect. And you're now, as the Secretary of Housing and Development, you just laid out some of the priorities, just some of the things you're doing, which are incredible. Let me say this: she is speaking to help. She is speaking and doing to help, helping everybody in this country. Even though she's mentioned black people because she's black and I'm black, she wants to help poor whites. She wants to help Asians. She wants to help Native American Indians. She wants to help struggling middle-class families. Make it clear her mission's for everybody. I don't want anybody messing this up and putting words in her mouth.
Thank you. I mean, he's absolutely right. I go to Indian country. I go to Appalachia. I go everywhere in the country. Because anybody that needs us, I need to be there.
That's right.
I don't care who they are.
That's right. Let me, Madam Secretary, let me jump on a pet peeve of mine. And by the way, y'all time cleavers, I'm watching you. And whenever I get to 6 minutes, y'all take me to 0. I'm watching you. I need all this time with her. Madam Secretary, one of my pet peeves is that black people are at 41 to 43% home ownership. And the number one way you build wealth in America is home ownership. Am I right about that?
Absolutely right.
And my mainstream counterparts are at 75%, give or take, home ownership rate. That 30% delta, the difference between that, is why we don't have a net worth. And we was one of the primary reasons. That and what Toby just left, small business creation. You and him really are the anchors for the solution. And what Bishop Jakes is doing, you were with him yesterday, are the anchors for the solution for the revitalization of all of us. But we got to stop talking and start doing, because if black people keep doing what we're doing, statistics say that by 2050, 2052, black people net worth will be 0. 0. And a lot of that is we don't own home ownership, real estate. Real estate is the biggest business in the world. Stocks. What are you doing to try to bridge that gap of home ownership for African Americans, but all other people as well, poor whites, et cetera, et cetera?
We put tens of millions of dollars into housing counseling, which of course you know because we use you as well.
We're honored to be one of your housing counselors.
Right. So what we do is we try to prepare people to get ready for housing so that when the time comes, they won't have to get ready, they'll be ready. We need for people to understand what the process is and believe that they can do it, because we can help them do it. But the biggest problem that we have in this country, John, is that we just don't build enough houses. So we don't build enough houses. So just basic supply and demand says it's not enough. Then we go to communities and we say we need to build multifamily units. They will, not in my backyard, you're not going to build it. So then we've got zoning issues where they say that you can only build a certain kind of house, and that raises the price about 30%. So we have to break through all of that first off.
Yes.
So I meet with the housing people, I meet with mayors, I meet with governors to say, you have a problem. I can help you fix it, but I cannot fix it by myself. And so you have resources that you have never had before. The rescue plan put money into communities that they never thought they'd get, and they're sitting on it.
Yeah.
And so then I go and I have to threaten them and say, now don't keep sitting on this money, because I'm going to find a way to claw it back and give it to somebody that's going to do something with it. But the other thing we allow is we don't build communities and neighborhoods. So I live in a community, a fairly, I'd say middle class, but it's a community that I love, and I live in it by choice.
Yes.
I live in a house that is 2 doors from an all-white wealthy community. 2 doors,
2 doors.
Literally. My house is bigger than the house 2 doors from me. My lot is bigger than the house 2 doors from me. My house is nicer than the house 2 doors from me. But that house is valued at $25,000 more than my house. Which means that my communities now don't get the benefit of those extra tax dollars. My community doesn't get the benefit of more police or fire, or to make sure that my children's schools are good. And so people choose, if they can afford it, to live 2 doors from me, as opposed to in my house. We have to say to America, if they really want to solve things like homelessness, poor education, they have to recognize and admit that the problem exists. And once we do that, which we have at HUD, we are putting so much money into assisting with multifamily housing, talking about senior housing. Do you know the fastest group of people sleeping on the streets today are black women my age?
Wow, really?
My age. Because we have created an environment where they can't afford to live anymore. They can't afford their apartments. They're on Social Security, which is not enough. And they first off start sleeping at relatives' homes, and then they find themselves sleeping in their cars.
RVs and things like that, yes.
I cannot tolerate it.
Yes.
And so what I'm doing is putting our money where it ought to go to help people. You just don't know how much money we put in the market. But you don't know because people never ask.
Yes.
You know, people don't come to government and say, what can you do for me? They call when they have a specific problem. They never see the big picture, Jim.
Yes.
They never see it.
Yes.
So, but when I sit down with home builders and I say to them, you have to build this many homes to just get us where we need to be. We are 1.5 million homes short of where we need to be today. Today.
1.5. So there's an opportunity to do infill development. Listen now, entrepreneurs now. Listen, what she said was, she didn't say it, she inferred, if you have a gap of 1.5 million homes, you can go and find a lot. You don't need acres and acres and acres. Find a lot, buy it, build it, use minority and women vendors if you can to build it, rent it or sell it to somebody who might be underserved, and get the benefits, use the programs at HUD to empower you with the right mortgages and the right down payment assistance. And then you create a tax base in that city, you create a taxpayer in that city, you create a homeowner in that city, you create equity in that city, you create asset accumulation, generational wealth, and you're creating jobs and opportunity. Did I get that right?
You got it absolutely right. But we want everything easy. Just tell me where to go to get the money. This is what we want.
Yeah, it don't work that way.
It doesn't. The federal government is flush with resources to help entrepreneurs. You just have to know where to go. So it's going to be important for people to realize how to connect the dots, John.
Yes.
So I talk about housing, but transportation has money that can deal with where we build housing. EPA has money that can deal with where we build housing. Right. USDA has resources to build rural housing. People are we're linear thinkers because we don't realize what's available to us. So everywhere I go, I tell them, you need to call this person. I met with black developers in New York a couple of weeks ago to tell them about the things we could do. But in the meantime, I said, you build an infrastructure. We passed an infrastructure bill. You're talking about environmentals. We do have money in EPA. So I go through this whole thing because I want everybody to know what I know.
Yes.
Because until they do, we leave so much money on the table.
Yes.
And the other thing I think that is just important for what you do in talking about financial literacy, et cetera, if we don't start figuring out what things cost and what they mean to us, and how to get them, we're going to be forever people listening to people who say, oh, you don't need to buy a house. You know, and I know you've heard it. People say, you know, today's young people, they don't want to be tethered to that. You know, they like the life of living in the the apartments and stuff, but they leave with nothing.
That's right.
So it's all good to think about that, but one thing that I knew as a child is a home was important. Land is important. Even when I went south, it's like we own this land.
That's right.
Because they knew what today we forget.
Yes.
Is that if you don't own anything,
yes,
where does your life go from there?
Yes.
You can't leave anything to help your children. The reason why there's a big gap between black and brown home ownership and white home ownership is because white people take the value out of their homes and help their children.
That's right.
We don't have the value to give.
That's right.
So the more we buy and the more we are able to leave something for the generations that follow, the better we become as a country. Because when people, all people, have a place to live, it becomes a foundation upon which they can do anything. They can be anything. But every single person in this country deserves. I believe housing is a right. That's just my personal opinion.
Absolutely.
John, we deserve it, and we have the resource. We need to make the government work for us.
That's right.
And if we don't, it's our fault because we can. Now, I'm not going to be up here talking about elections, et cetera, but what I do know is that if we don't make our voices heard, nothing will happen for us.
That's right.
So you can sit back if you want to. I'm not.
No, you're definitely not. You're no wilting lily.
No.
Are you guys enjoying this? Is she real or what? And if ever you get confused listening, going, oh, she just sounds so real. She sounds like she's a lady down the street. Or just look at the Secret Service protection or on both sides. It will remind you real quick. So a couple things before, and thank you so much for coming to be with us. We're so honored.
Happy to be
Honored to have the premier leader, the voice for housing for the United States of America. You could be anywhere in the world. You came to Atlanta to be with us and give us this time. We're so honored. You were here with us yesterday. You spent the night with us. I really appreciate it. You sat down with my friend Bishop Jakes, and I'm sure he appreciated that. This is full circle in many ways. Redlining in this country did not come from banks. Redlining in this country came from the government.
That's exactly right.
It was the FHA, which reports to her.
Right. That's true.
Full circle. In the early 1900s, Secretary, you tell me if I'm wrong here. In the early 1900s in this country, the FHA, Federal Housing Authority, had basically said, look, some neighborhoods are more risky or more dangerous, whatever they want to say. But we're uncomfortable with those neighborhoods. We don't want to do insurance. We don't want to insure mortgages in those neighborhoods from banks. So we're going to put a little map. With the areas that are sort of sketchy, we'll make them yellow. Areas that we like, we'll make them green. And areas that we're concerned at, we're going to make them red on a map.
That's right.
And where do you look, capitalism, money is lazy. Money is a coward. Money doesn't go where it's risky. Money goes where it's safe. This is not personal. It's just money.
Right.
So where do you think the money went? It went to the green areas. Who do you think lived in the green areas? White, wealthy, comfortable, already successful people. Where did the mortgage companies and banks not want to write a mortgage because it was not insured? The red areas. That red lining triggered banks not investing in those areas. They might have loved you. They might have thought, I love black people. I don't want to lose my money. I don't want to write a mortgage that's not insured. I'm going over here. So the capital went over here, and guess what happened to the values? Values went up over in the green areas. They went down in the red areas, and that's what she was talking about her house is basically 2 doors down from an area that historically was viewed as green, and it takes generations to get that rebound. That's why you can go to an appraiser, and an appraiser gives you some crazy appraisal a mile from someplace else that is a different hue of a neighborhood. This stuff gets baked into the way in which we do business, but because she's now Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, everybody's got to report to her.
That's exactly right. Listen, listen. I hate to say it this way, but there's a new sheriff in town. So
We having church in here on a Tuesday morning. So, Secretary Fudge, we're having too much fun. At least I am.
I'm having a ball.
You're having a ball. I'm glad. Is there anything you want to say before we wrap this up? You are so fabulous. We could do this all day and all night with you. What is it? The audience loves you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I just really want to say that it is important for those in this room or those who have a voice that other people hear, is to say the things that give people hope.
Yeah.
To be optimistic about where we are. This is still the greatest nation in the world with all its problems.
Yes.
But know that there are those of us who are working hard every single day to change the lives of people. It's not just me. All of us look at things through a lens of equity. You know, this country the institutions in this country have institutionalized racism and sexism. And it's going to take us some time, but I promise you, by the time I leave this job, people are going to say, she did what?
Mm.
When they know what I have done, because you can't tell everything while you're doing it. And people try to stop it. Try to stop it. So I will do everything I can. I will give it everything I have. Because I need for people to know, if nothing else, that we cared, and we do. So I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And Ambassador Young would say coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous.
I like that.
And it is a coincidence that you are in a ballroom that's 50 feet or 100 feet from where Dr. King gave his last staff meeting before he was assassinated in the Poor People's Campaign. This hotel is where he stayed. This was the first hotel that allowed Dr. King to have meetings or to stay here in the 60s. Everybody else discriminated against blacks, even in Atlanta. You are in a place that's now moving from civil rights to silver rights, from marching in the streets to cutting business deals in the suites. Mm-hmm. And you're in a place where people are celebrating the optimistic view of this world and what we can do. And one of the things I've heard you say, and I want the audience to take away from this, is you basically said investment banks strategize the government. Go to HUD and get detailed about what HUD provides. Go to USDA, go to EPA, go to Department of Commerce, where MBDA, Minority Business Development Agency is, where EDA, Economic Development Agency is, where our intellectual property right agencies are, I believe. Go to the U.S. the Health and Human Services, and when I'm hearing you say and sort of strategize what each of these agencies can do. No one of them may be able to solve all of your problems, but you take a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, and come with a strategy, and then put a little bit of seed corn in your hustle, and then some bank capital. Get Truist, get Bank of America, get Wells Fargo, get Regions Bank, get whomever, U.S. Bank to lean into that. It's what people do on Wall Street. It's called exactly a capital
right.
stack.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Is that do I have this right?
You said it exactly right. Exactly right.
So look, we got to become more sophisticated, more thoughtful about how we solve these problems. Stop being emotional, people.
That's right.
This is not personal. Nobody cares enough about you to hate you.
That's right. That's right. That's true. You are absolutely right.
They're not waking up in the morning saying they hate you. They're trying to figure out how to get paid themselves. If they got to run over you, flatten you, walk around you, that's exactly what they're going to do. This is not about love or hate. Today's about radical indifference.
That's exactly right.
Nobody cares enough about you to hate you, but you care enough about yourself to understand this is the third Reconstruction. You are sitting in a moment in history, and you got the Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, who's a real woman, a real black woman who cares about you, who's listening to you, and has told you, you can win.
That's right.
Give her some love, Secretary of Urban Development.
Thank you. You are so wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
hear it again for Secretary Fudge. Whoa. My iPad with little tidbits of information I want to remember. So I get to introduce now a fellow journalist. Of course, he's way in the stratosphere compared to little old me. But he is here, and you have seen him out in the lobby. He has set up an entire studio to be able to record some of the information coming out of this wonderful conference. He, of course, is a commentator on TV One. He has been the host of News One Now with Roland Martin. He has been a CNN contributor. He's done so much. And what I like about him is he's just like you see on TV, approachable, a nice guy. And he is here with us for a special presentation. Please welcome to the stage now, John Hope Bryan and Roland Martin.
So how we doing? So John's supposed to walk out with me, but he ran to go take a photo. And then he said, hey, can they stall? I was like, dude, I get paid to talk for a living. I got this. So we'll wait for John to come back here. But let me say, first of all, it's great to see everybody here. But also, let all of your friends know that this event is being live streamed, broadcast, so the folks who are not here can actually be gaining a lot of this information as well. On all of the Operation Hope platforms, we've been live streaming it on my Black Star Network platform as well, because Kathy Hughes coined a phrase, information is power. And one of the greatest things I believe, one of our greatest failures is that we have a lack of information. I was talking to Congresswoman, longtime Congresswoman, now Secretary Marcia Fudge, and we talk about the housing crisis in this country. I was doing hand-to-hand combat on Instagram this morning where somebody was complaining about housing prices in this country going up. And I discussed it on the show last week, and I had to explain to the person, and you heard Secretary Fudge say it, about the housing stock in this country. A lot of people just don't know, and when they spread
misinformation.
Yeah, I did. When they spread misinformation, every one of us must correct them because the lie travels faster than the truth. And so we've got to let folks know of the real information that's happening here. So please do that. Okay, I stalled enough for you.
All right. So Roland Martin has been streaming this the entire time. You have CNBC here. We have Bloomberg, we've got LinkedIn, we've got iHeartRadio. We're honored to have all of these major networks here. We really need them. Roland Martin is the voice for Black America. And he does it every year. He shows up. He doesn't pop in and pop out. He shows up from beginning to end. He's streaming from this lobby. He owns his own network, by the way. And about 10 years ago, 2012? About 10 years ago, Roland calls me. And anybody knows Roland, they know this is normal what I'm about to say. He calls me, and he doesn't say hello. He doesn't give you a greeting. He just starts cursing. What? I can't tell you. What the heck are you doing, John? Just, hello, Roland. Just stop it. Like, you're doing stupid stuff over here. And what he was saying, I was on Twitter. John, get off Twitter and go on Facebook. Do a video. Well, nobody's on that stuff anymore. You got to do a video. Roland, I don't know if I can do that. I'm not asking you what you do. I'm telling you what to do. I'm telling you it works. It goes and so, okay. So then I start doing these videos. And back then, I was on Periscope. And I was so anyway, I had like, I don't know, 30,000 followers or something. Anyway, a large reason of why I have 3 million followers on social now and about 250 million video views, and it's like going like a rocket, and one video alone was 4 million views last week. It's because I listened to Roland Martin all those years ago, and every week Roland calls me with some unsolicited advice. I'm not asking him any, I'm actually not asking him for advice. He doesn't care, and he doesn't call you at a decent hour. He calls you at 2 in the morning. And he just starts talking. It's like in mid-sentence. Well, did you see this? No, I didn't see anything rolling. I'm asleep. Wake up. He's passionately cares about you. And he is a technocrat. He's all the charisma, but he loves the he knows the lighting, and he knows the best audio, and he knows when your setup's not right. And he's got his own studio that he's built now in Washington D.C. and he owns all of his own cameras and his own equipment and his own platform. And people told him, don't do this, Roland. Go get a job somewhere. He was on CNN. He's on himself. He said, I've done all that. I've checked all those boxes. But now everybody wants to come to him and get a job. And let me say one last thing. Roland owns his own portfolio of publishing. You know, different than Michael Jackson owned publishing or Prince or your famous artist. Everything he records, he owns. So when somebody needs historical archives 10, 20, 30 years ago, they have to come to him to pull a tape up, and he can give them a licensing fee, and that licensing contract will be generational wealth for his children. And he's also raising kids not his own in his house. They drive him crazy, but he does it anyway. There's so much that we can say about Roland, but as we've instituted a new Media Leaders Award because you cannot have a movement without the media. You just cannot. Dr. King would never have had a movement without having the media and celebrity by his side. And so it's really important that our community has share a voice. And oftentimes when I'm often blessed that a lot of people will come and listen to me ramble, but there are many people who, without Roland Martin, there would be no voice. Can you please join me in saying thank you as I present this Chairman's Award to Roland Martin.
Okay, baby. There we go.
Bryant, founder of Operation Hope, and we're talking about the 1865 project, the work that continues, the unfinished work of the Freedmen's Bank of 1865. March 3rd, when Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass came together to create a bank chartered to teach freed slaves about money. Unfortunately, Lincoln was assassinated soon after that, but the work today continues. And how you can help is to join as a member of the 1865 project, support our work on the ground, from the streets to the suites, from civil rights to civil rights. The second thing you can do is make a hope commitment in your community, where you live, where you work, where you operate, where you love. A commitment of your own design to take our tools at Operation Hope and make a difference where you love, live, and have life. Make a hope commitment today. You design it, submit it, operationalize it. We will acknowledge it, and we will salute you as part of the movement of civil rights when you're done.
right. So most of the time, my husband doesn't really care what I do, but the next few guests, as a sports nut, I think he's going to be a little jealous. As I thought about the guests that we're going to bring on first in the sports world, last night I was thinking about him as I watched my husband flip between not one, but two NFL games at the same time. They were playing concurrently, right? So, you know that the Packers and the Giants were on at the same time as the Titans and the Dolphins. So he was living his best life. Can I just say that? He was living his best life. We are thrilled that we get a chance to have so many wonderful people come on to this forum. It's for you to be able to hear them, and our next guest is no exception. Please help us in welcoming the Commissioner of the National Football League, Mr. Roger Goodell.
Which side? This side?
The great Roger Goodell. Again, I'm gonna start like picketing you guys. I'm just gonna do it because we've given you too much. We've spoiled you. You've got all these leaders and luminaries. If Roger Goodell showed up anywhere for anything, that alone would be reasons to stop the city. And he comes out here, and you guys are like, yeah, that's cool. The commissioner for the National Football League came to Atlanta just for this, flew in just for this, flying back out. It's true. It's true. I called you, and your team said that understandably, you weren't available. You had to be in another city. And then you called me. It was a blocked number, and I'm like, I don't do 1-800 numbers. I don't owe nobody no money, and I don't do block.
I didn't call from an 800 number now.
No, you called from a block number, and it was a block number, and he said, "This is Roger." And you said, "Is it okay if I still come?" I was like, "Is it okay?" He said, "Well, I gotta move my schedule around. I gotta fly somewhere else, but I'd be honored to do it." And I'm like, "My God, we'd be honored to have you." And it is important to me because I wanted making a case for optimism in the largest and most prosperous economy and most vibrant democracy, even with all our problems in the world, where you can go from nothing and homeless where I was, where I saw murders, 2 murders where I was 9 years old, to being on the stage with Roger Goodell and advising presidents, building a company organization, and all the heroes and sheroes who are here who come from humble beginnings. I don't know any place else in the world where this is possible. With all our problems, it still is an amazing place, and I think it's important to celebrate leaders who are doing it right. And so I have a group of people that I curated for this, the most important meeting I've ever had, and you're one of them. And I presumed you couldn't make it, and you didn't, not realizing how important to me, made a way out of no way, because that's how you roll. And I get upset and frustrated when people want to pick at you and criticize you and find some reason to have a problem with you, and I don't get it because I think you're doing a great job. And I see what you're doing behind the scenes, empowering women, empowering minorities, standing up for the underserved. You brought us into the NFL with, I want you to talk about the program, and made sure we were resourced, us and other nonprofits, gave us a stage, put us into the Super Bowl. I mean, gave us equity, then gave us access to the teams. All this stuff that nobody sees, I call social justice through an economic lens. And when I came to you to sit with you in New York, trying to figure out why or how this happens, because it didn't make any sense to me, and you and I bonded immediately when we met, it made sense when I understood your father. Your father was a United States Senator. Roger, tell him a little bit about your dad and what he did in the 60s, et cetera.
Well, you have to get to that, but first off, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled to be here and honored to be here. My dad was a U.S. congressman in the 60s, and then in 68, when Robert Kennedy was assassinated, he was appointed U.S. Senator from New York.
Slow down.
By Governor Rockefeller.
When Bobby Kennedy was assassinated, your dad took his place?
That's correct. He was appointed by Governor Rockefeller in '68. And I'm one of 5 boys. 5 boys in 7 years, by the way. So, and we were still, for the most part, under 10 years of age. And I remember my father collecting all of us in a room with my mom and said, I'm going to speak out for civil rights and against the Vietnam War. And I am certain that
like Dr. King.
I will not win the election in 1970 because there was only 2 years on Bobby Kennedy's term. And true to form, President Nixon at the time and Vice President Agnew came after him, and he lost the election. And the lesson I took from that was have the courage to do what you believe is right, regardless of the consequences. And that's what my father taught me. So that's just something I've lived with, and my brothers are fortunate to have that lesson given to us, and it served me well through my time. That's how I look at it. Do the right thing and have the courage to do it.
And to be clear, Dr. King said, we're here to redeem the soul of America from the triple evils of war, racism, and poverty. And your dad and your mom were against racism. They were against the war, and they were also trying to empower people with opportunity. They were for civil rights. And so in many ways, they were freedom fighters of the same lineage as the civil rights leaders like Andrew Young, Dr. King, Dorothy Height, and others. And in this position as a congressman and now as a senator, white, privileged, successful in New York, you could have just hid. He could have just hid. He could have just gone along. He could have gone along with the party line. But he knew in advance that if he took this position, that he wouldn't win re-election.
Right.
And did it anyway. How much in advance did he know?
Well, this was soon after he became senator, so I would say as soon as he had decided that he was going to speak out on these 2 issues, he knew what the president would do, because he was a liberal Republican, as they called them in those days. I don't know what they call them today, but in '68, and he...
A liberal Republican today would be a rational person.
We don't have many of them left anymore. But the reality it is, he knew at the time, when he made this decision that he was going to do this, that he would get a very strong reaction from the president of his party, essentially. And they did. And he knew the consequences of that. So, again, it was a very fundamental lesson that I think we've lived with our entire life, and fortunate to have that.
And is that the bones and the fiber with which flows through your body that makes you, when I look in your eyes, and I'm seeing, and we're at some meeting where I'm one of very few people of color, and you make it your business to put me in front of the owners of one of the teams I don't know, or you make sure I meet somebody? Is this, I mean, trying to give people visibility, me or others, is there a connected tissue here? Why do you fight for those who are unseen?
Because I think they need the voice. And listen, for us as the NFL, we have an incredible platform. And we have to use that platform for good, right? We have to use the platform to try to change our communities, to help our communities, to give opportunity, which you are so great at. I mean, you're my inspiration. You're always out there, Mr. Hope, as I call him. And there's nothing more important, ultimately, in giving opportunities to others. But I don't think that's, I don't go out of my way to do that. I hope that's just natural. I hope that's
it's who you
what
are.
We do.
It's who you are. You've embedded it into how you do business, how you operate, how you flow. Tell us a little bit about what the NFL is doing that the public may not be aware of to try to push social justice through an economic lens, through through the prism of the shield of the NFL, what are you proud of?
You know, I'm most proud of the fact, well, frustrated because we don't have as much progress as you want, right? Yeah. I mean, progress is never as fast as you want it to be. You always get frustrated with it. I do. I'm a why couldn't we do this yesterday? Yeah. But what I'm most proud of, I think, is that a lot of the initiatives that we are, as a league, that's the 32 teams in the NFL, really coalescing behind were actually the inspiration of our players. Our players talked about what was going on in their communities. They talked about, these are the challenges that we're seeing, and we want to use our platform and your platform, meaning the NFL's, to try to address these issues in a responsible way, but to make an impact, right? To make a change. And we listened, and the owners listened, and they said, okay, let's do more than listen. Let's put impactful programs together. And that's really sort of the genesis of our Inspire Change campaign and all of the work we've been doing in social justice, which you're a proud partner of, and we are proud to have you. But just in the last 5 years, it's over $300 million. But more importantly, using...
Whoa, roll that back. Well, roll that back. Over the last 5 years is how much?
$300 million.
$300 million.
$300 million. But I think even more importantly is we have put that money to good use with partners, and great partners who know how to make change in their communities. But really the biggest thing is we've used that platform to demonstrate that this is important for all of us to care about. Yeah. And to make sure that we're all doing our part. Because $300 million is not going to solve all our problems. But I hope that all of us can help continue to push. We all should care about this.
And whenever I'm with you, again, you try to give light. You invited us to the Super Bowl, and you just didn't just say go sit over there or whatever. You brought us into your space, and you put me. We haven't talked about this, but I know you curated this.
I hope it was good.
No, you put me right behind Jeff Bezos. And I'm sure you did that so that we would be able to connect and have a conversation, so that maybe he might be inspired by our work. You're always setting people up for success. And I'm hoping that you inspire other leaders watching this to say, if Roger can do this, as busy as he is, then I can do it too. Be intentional about putting people into the suites and not just looking at them in the streets.
That's a good way to put it. You haven't talked to me about this, but I do believe, again, that it's our role. One of the things I'm most proud of the NFL is that we really bring people together. People have referred to us as a great convener. So we can bring people together, and usually they're coming around a game, but you can use that in a very positive way. Very simply, as you just pointed out about how you do that.
That's right.
So, but you also can use it in very important ways as far as to our teams, right? Our teams, and the Atlanta Falcons are a big part of this community. Arthur Blank goes out of his way with his entire organization to bring the community into the Falcons and make it feel like that's their franchise, as well as the franchise he owns. And so I just believe that all of our teams have done an incredible job on that. The Falcons are high at that list. But I think the NFL collectively it really is intentional on trying to make sure we use our platform for good.
Yeah, we have Jed York of the 49ers who's on our board, and we came to see you. And because of that, you got involved with Financial Literacy for All, which is co-chaired by me and Doug McMillan of Walmart. Jed didn't get anything out of that. He just did it because it was the right thing to do. That's part of the family. You introduced me to the owner of the Raiders, who's doing some incredible work against hate. What are some of the things that are going on that people aren't aware of that you think are noteworthy? What's a misunderstanding that somebody might have about you or the league that would be good to clear up?
Well, listen, I'm very proud of the work that our clubs are doing. That includes owners to everybody in the organization as a club, the players, the coaches, everybody involved, I think, and our communities, by the way, who coalesce behind these franchises and actually help make all of that come to life. So I'm proud of the work they're doing. Listen, I think in today's environment, I think sometimes success is picked on. And rather than looking at success and saying, how do we use that to further the communities that we all live in and the world we live in, and try to use that in a better way? That's the perspective we take, ultimately, is try to make our world a better place.
Is there some part of your trajectory, your life experience, that has informed your inner strength that I witness every time I'm with you? You have this, you don't complain. You just don't whine. This is not part of how you're made. But that didn't just come from nowhere. That came from you tackling, blocking, having to duck, having to you've had to make yourself resilient and strong. Talk to me about that. Talk to the audience about that so they can get some inspiration.
I knew I was going to come down here and this was going to get very reflective with JB. I knew
That's right.
I feel like I should get on a couch right now. So.
We got one. We pull it out.
I would say that, again, family and experiences are the core of that, but it's also the people you meet in life and the experiences you had in life. And I think sports are a big part of me. Yep. I think that resiliency comes from sports. It's no secret that I didn't really apply myself in school early on.
You weren't a perfect student?
No, I was a perfectly bad student. But I grew up in Washington, D.C. when my dad was in office. Right. We lived right in the city. I would run to the playground afterwards to play sports with whoever was there. We'd all just play, every sport. And so I think I got a lot of that through that experience, but I had 4 brothers who were very good students and were perfect kids, and I was sort of the odd duck on that one. And my parents always looked at me and said, "What's wrong with this kid? What did we do wrong?" And I get it. And I finally realized when I was a senior in high school that I had to straighten up. When I went to college, I worked my tail off, and I came home with a 4.0 on my first semester. And
wow.
Yeah, I'm proud of that, but you'll get a kick out of my brother's reaction was, well, this isn't really a college. So, but that's what you got in the Goodell household. So there was not a lot of support. There was a lot of competition. So I think I learned from that, ultimately how to do that. So I take great motivation in people who question either me personally or the NFL, which I take very personally, that we aren't doing the right things. That's a challenge for me to show that we are doing the right things. And it's not always easy in this world. But I believe it's really important to do, and I believe in what the NFL is doing. I believe in the impact. And as you've said to me many times, and I'm a follower, you believe in people, it makes a difference.
Yes, I do.
It makes a big difference.
I do. You're stuck in this. You're stuck in this matrix. We're about to do something very special here in a minute, by the way. The commissioner is about to do something very special here in a minute. We're stuck in this matrix. Sorry, you're stuck in this matrix between one of the most popular games in the world is now being exported to other parts of the world. It's the one place where everybody comes together, the football, and don't argue. Well, they argue over the teams, but racism, it appears, gets suspended. A lot of our political drama gets suspended.
Right.
A lot of our social drama gets suspended. It's the one place where every race, every place, every religion, every creed comes into one place and has church, little c. They're cheering for each other or for their team, and we're one for a moment. But to get them there is extraordinarily painful. You have these critics over here that can't be pleased, it appears. And you have all these owners over here that must be like herding cats, herding billionaire cats. How do you deal with the twin dynamics? And you're in the middle trying to keep it all together. This, what is this? Is it a treadmill or is it a grinder?
I don't know what it is, but I will tell you it's the most exhilarating, challenging thing I've ever done in my life. And I love that. I can wake up every morning and it's a different challenge. It's something, my schedule can say X, Y, and Z, but I'm going to be doing A, B, and C. And I love that challenge of coming in and sort of having to deal with that. I think the secret to it, like anything, is respect. I'm a big believer in that. Respect other people's opinions. Respect and understand where they're coming from, even if you disagree. And if you believe so strongly in it, it should be easier for you to be able to sit back and listen and say, what is it that is different about the way I'm thinking about this issue? And I call it, in some extent, is that you may have solution A, and I may have a solution B. Quite frequently, if we put our heads together and understand one another, we'll come up with solution C, which is the best solution. And so when people don't understand this about the NFL, one of the ways it operates in most of the big issues is we have 32 clubs. Each one gets a vote. And we have to get 24 of the 32 clubs to approve something. So if we do a labor deal or media deal or any big policy, and the way I look at that is if we can get 32 clubs to agree on something, it's probably a really good solution. But it teaches you a lot about making sure you put the issue out there, you do the homework, you have discussions about that, you allow people to speak about it, and frankly, they usually come to the right conclusion if you make sure you keep that North Star there, which is do the right thing, ultimately. And I think the NFL has done that consistently, even in difficult issues. And, you add the players and the players' associations, the coaches, the fans, who we get a lot of feedback and a lot of input that really has driven where the NFL has gone. Because ultimately, if you don't meet the fans where they are, you're probably going to be without a product. And you talk about global. We played 5 games overseas this year, 3 in London and 2 in Germany. We sold over 300,000 tickets. To Germany alone, which had 2 games, we could have sold 4.5 million tickets.
Wow.
So there is a demand for our sport.
4.5 million tickets just in Germany?
Just in Germany for 2 games. So
that's what the demand was.
The demand is there, but the demand, and we're going to probably announce in the next couple of days a game in another continent that we think will be fantastic. That's coming, by the way. So
Africa's coming.
But I see our game becoming a very global sport. It's not played on a global basis, but interesting enough, it's become an Olympic sport. We're going to have flag football when Los Angeles hosts the Olympics in 28. And by the way, most importantly, that's for boys and girls, men and women. So,
the flag football, boys and girls. Yes. This is a business. I mean, this is an enterprise. This is an engine. It's social. It's entertainment. It's athletic. It's cultural. But it's also a huge enterprise that you're running and empowering vendors, small businesses, to take some of these licenses and to go do things with them. All the players who are making this money, they're also going out in community doing things. One of the things you had to struggle with and make a decision about as a group of 32 stakeholders, as you mentioned, was social justice. Did you guys make the right decision?
Well, I don't think it's a decision. I think it's lots of decisions about where we're going and the role we play in our communities. I'm sure we weren't perfect. I think if we thought we were perfect, we were making a big mistake. But the reality is I think our intent was correct. And I think we're all learning in this space in a way that has allowed us to really even have a greater impact because we're willing to acknowledge that and we're willing to sort of say, okay, how do we approach this? The second thing that's made the NFL incredibly successful is great partners. And so we don't presume to have the solutions in a community. We reach out. Our Inspire Change partners are tens of hundreds of partners that are doing incredible work, some in local communities, some on a national level, some on an international level. We want to work with them to allow them to try to make the impact that they believe they can make. And we obviously will provide important funding, but also that platform to make sure that people understand the kind of work they're doing, but also the need for it. And the reason, you know, we don't, our issues from community to community differ. You go across 32 teams, those issues are going to be different in those communities. And then you take the players who all talk about the communities that they lived in before they came to the NFL, and how they want to get back into their communities and support them in those efforts. You can have a huge impact when you do that.
I asked you a question, but I know the answer. I asked you a question about social justice. You're just too dang on humble. I'm telling you, the only reason I'm here with you is because you selected Operation Hope and a range of other nonprofit organizations under your direction, and you created NFL Inspire Change. You gave it a budget, you gave it staffing, you gave it resources, you rammed it down some people's throat that didn't like it and made it their idea. You allowed it to be their idea. You then introduced us to all these people. You put me in your box at the NFL. You put other people in your box at the NFL. You took Sweet Alice Harris from South Central LA. You put her on the field at the NFL, at the Super Bowl. She had never been to a game before in her life. You've done all this stuff because of you. Jed York and the 49ers featured our work. We have Hope Inside at the 49ers. Because you're just too dang on humble. I'm telling you right now, I'm in the game because of you. Take it, Roger.
I think we're in the game because of you, because you make the difference for us. You're doing important work every day, and for us to be able to support you in that one is awesome to me. That's why I'm here, because you deserve that support, ultimately.
Well, I thank you, brother. And one of the reasons that we're here, and the only reason we do this stuff, and I was talking to Ed Bastian one day, I said, how you doing? He said, what does it matter? I said, what do you mean? He said, look, I run a publicly traded company. I'm the CEO. Nobody cares about my feelings. He said, but John, do you or I want to give up that seat? Because we get to make decisions in that seat to make the world better for other people. When we leave that seat, we can figure out what we feel about whatever. But in the meantime, no good deed shall go unpunished, but we have the chance to make decisions. You have had a chance to make decisions. I've watched you make decisions. I endorse Roger Goodell. And you came here not just to have this conversation. You came here to use your platform to do something special. What is it? Is there something around here somewhere?
Well, we like to make a difference in the world. And so, but it starts with people, individuals, right? Individuals that are doing their hard work and make a difference every day. And so we asked your organization, is there somebody special within Operation Hope that is going the extra mile every day, doing the hard work and making the impact? And you happen to pick Linda. Are you here?
Linda Madrell.
Can you come out?
Linda Madrell. She has no idea what's going on.
So
right
Linda doesn't know. Hi, Linda. I'm Roger. So Linda happens to be from Las Vegas, I think Henderson, Nevada, is that right?
Yes.
Right outside of Las Vegas?
A little bit outside.
So I don't know what you're doing in February, but we have a game there at Super Bowl. And we want you to be our guest. 2 tickets, come to the Super Bowl. You're welcome. No, you're welcome.
And this is why we do what we do. That's what you do with power. You collect power to give it away. And now I get to give something away. The Chairman's Hope Award presented to Roger Goodell in recognition of your role in quarterbacking diversity, equity, and inclusion, and inspiring change in the NFL and across America, December 10th through 12th, the Hope Global Forum. You gave to her, now we give to you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Love you, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. You're the best.
Wow, was that amazing? Who is trying to be Linda's friend right now for that extra ticket? Okay, so don't follow her around. I'm sure she has somebody planned for that. Wasn't that great, though? It was awesome. So I'll be looking for her in the stands Super Bowl Sunday. Yeah, so that's very exciting. Thank you so much, Commissioner Goodell. Thank you to the NFL. Great conversation again. Great stuff. So thanks so much for what the NFL is doing for Operation Hope. We're excited about this. So we're going to continue with this theme that's going to make my husband jealous about the collective community of sports. We are incredibly, incredibly fortunate to have with us a true baseball legend. I know my husband has baseball cards with him. Yes, I know he does. So he is a 14-time All-Star, a 5-time World Series champion, a 2-time World Series MVP. He was inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame in 1993. There is so much more I can say, but I'm going to just say welcome, a big welcome to Mr. October himself, Reggie Jackson.
Hi, how you doing?
Please. Mr. October! So, Reggie traveled all night. He lives in the Bay Area. He traveled, is somebody calling to cut a deal, Reggie?
That's you.
Is it me?
You just called me.
Reggie, I did call you. Reggie traveled all night to be with you this morning from San Francisco. It's what he does with everything that he cares about. He goes the extra mile. My only frustration here is that we don't have enough time. Each of these conversations could last 2 or 3 hours. Don't you agree? This guy is revolutionary. He's as important as Muhammad Ali. He's done more for social justice, for advancing equity in the corporate suites in baseball than almost any player in the history of the game, other than those pioneering at the front end. We all know those names. What you don't know, we're going to get into it, and I'm not going to do my normal thing here. I don't waste any time. You already know the legacy and the history of him. I want him to tell you some of the things that you would never know. They're not public information. To get underneath the hood of what a real leader looks like. The backstory around that historic day when you became, in the minds of many people, Mr. October, and created history in baseball. What happened when you went out after that in the city. Some of the conversations you've had over time where you've tried to advocate for others and yourself. I would encourage you all to go watch his documentary. It's on Netflix. It's fantastic. I've watched it 2 or 3 times. Will you come back and screen it for us at some point here in the city? Reggie?
Yes.
Okay.
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime is where you see, you can watch it, Amazon. And what he's done in business since baseball is probably actually where most of his wealth came from. He owns several businesses. He owns also car dealerships, a Honda dealership in North Carolina?
North Carolina, Raleigh.
Raleigh, North Carolina. What's it called?
Reggie Jackson's Airport Honda.
Reggie Jackson. See, when you own Reggie Jackson Airport Honda, you just talk with a very low voice. It's just cash flow. It's just coming in. He also owns some manufacturing interests and an incredible, meaningful to me, an incredible car collection. How many cars do you have?
I'm down to about 65 or 70, and we've sold about 65 or 70 in the last 7 or 8 years. So I was at about 140 or 50, and so as I got closer to the promised land, I figured it's time to unload some of that stuff so that my family is able to enjoy and do the things that they want to do.
But these aren't normal cars.
No, I collect rare automobiles. I had a small Ferrari collection for the past 30 years, and sold off about 70% of it. I was a small Ferrari collector with about 10 or 12, and so I sold those off. I've got 4 left, and I'll sell most of those and turn it into revenue so the family can do what they want to do, because I did what I wanted to do.
So you created generational wealth, and now you're trying to provide some transition for members of your family, is what I'm hearing you say.
For sure, yes.
Yeah. And you have a beautiful daughter who I have met. She's in Southern California.
She lives in Tennessee. We're working on getting there. Yes, you met her there. We're working on getting her back with her 2 grandsons. I think the one boy is I think he's left-handed, and so kind of hoping he'll be able to hit. You can guarantee that.
Is the only grandfather who describes his child, whether he's left-handed or not. Did you guys get that? Okay, this is just I'm a fanboy. I love Reggie. And by the way, how did Reggie and I meet? How humble he is. Do you remember how we met?
Yes, I do remember how I met you.
You want to tell him, or you want me to tell him?
Well, it's interesting because I've met a lot of people, and the stories usually are different. When I met, I'm a baseball fan, and in meeting Justin Verlander, who's been with the Astros a couple times, when I tell the story about me meeting him, I went up to him when he was with Detroit to meet him, and when he tells the story, it's when Detroit was in Yankee Stadium, and he came up to me. And so it's both guys trying to present a humble side, if you will, which neither of us have.
Right.
But when I met you because I saw you on television all the time on CNBC, and I just loved your presentation as a black man representing me. And so I just enjoyed your energy, your wittiness, the things you had to say, your content. And I made an effort to call CNBC and find out how I could get a hold of John Hope Bryant. And so I couldn't get your number, so I went on Twitter. and I don't know how to do much of that very well, but I've got people around me that helped me through it, and I messaged you. Right? Am I right?
You did, and I thought it was a complete farce.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no way in the world Reggie Jackson is sending me a note on Twitter.
Yeah.
So I deleted it. And it was really him. I had to go back and try to figure out how do I get this back? It's Reggie Jackson. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's how we met, and you know, ever since John I've had a chance to connect with him, and then of course again still Washington when he does appear on CNBC, and then I got a chance to spend time with him. He was going somewhere in California, and he said, "I'm coming to California." This was probably 6 or 7 months later, and I want to meet you. Yeah. And he came out and he met. I don't know if your wife was with you at that time. But yeah,
I don't remember if Shaysha was with me. Yes, she was actually. Yeah, and, I think so. We met. The next trip, we went to dinner together.
We met and connected, and I was impressed. I wanted to connect with John because I thought that, and I still do think that significant change needs to be made for not only just minorities. My focus is on people of color. I also include Latin America because my middle name is Martinez. My grandmother was Puerto Rican. I'm fluent in the language. And so I have cause for the understanding for that too. I was raised in a Jewish community when I was young. My father's best friends were Jewish. He spoke kind of half-ass Yiddish from time to time. So I've connected with people from places and communities and lifestyles that, for me, have passion. Yep. And those are people that have dealt with oppression. Yep. And so whether you're Jewish or Native American or Amerasian or whatever you are, Latinx, you have something about you that God has given you because you've been oppressed. Yep. And so, you know, whether my attorneys and the people around me are from the Jewish community, and so when I do see someone like you that spreads what I think is good for America and human beings to make the world a better place so that we all collectively can improve, you know, I'm for that. You know, I just did something with Pepsi. And the reason I did something with Pepsi, because there was a friend of mine there named Hugh Johnson, who was the CFO, he was the president, he was the CIO, he was the CMO, and then he left and went to Disney. Mm-hmm. But the connectivity that I got from him was the leader of the company is Latin American, and they're all about minorities, they're all about help me.
Underserved?
No, they're all about, what is it, with the DEI?
Oh, diversity and
inclusion, et cetera. And so I got to the point to where some of the friends that I work with at Nike and some of the friends I work with at Ralph Lauren and these names, et cetera, that are powerful, they're concerned about building relationships with people that are concerned about making the world a better place and having a focus on DEI. So that was you to me. You're the person that explains it the best, has the riddles that make sense, if you will, and the analysis of how important it is. And so I want to partner with you. I want to listen to you. I want to pull a wagon with you. I saw Andrew Young in the back, and I remember the crowd that he ran with in the 60s and the 70s, and I looked at as a young person and watched him pull the wagon through the difficult areas with the same crowd. And so I believe that you have done something where you've amassed people here that want to make a difference. And so what I want to be able to say here today, as I said to Roger Goodell, I did not know he was on board with trying to make this kind of difference that you are, because it makes the world a better place. I have a STEM foundation that teaches kids STEM education, which gives you a skilled job, which gives you a starting salary of in the mid-60s. That's well above the $35,000 poverty line. Right. So for me, I want to say, John, what you've put together here is each and every one of you that are extremely successful, bring someone else next year that is like kind in your thought process.
That's right.
And will continue to spread the seeds.
That's right. And thank you for that, Reg. It's really uncomfortable having this living legend say anything kind about me. I'm gonna tell you, I really didn't have a lot of business in San Francisco. I just came to see you.
I can tell.
I got on the plane, and I'm sure I created some meetings, but I'm like, it's Reggie Jackson. I'm going to see him. And I traveled all across the country and try not to drool in front of you because it's Reggie Jackson.
I have a great story that one of my friends with the Astros and one of his partners there, we were watching a game in Atlanta during the World Series, which we lost.
This is not where I was with you.
We're in the suite.
Oh, geez.
And so John comes in the suite and he said, Reggie, I got to get a souvenir. I got to get something, I just got to get something. And to go take back to my kids, whatever. And I said, okay. So I've had on an Astro hat. And so the guy there, that was one of Jim Cramer's buddies, is in the oil business.
Jim Cramer owns the Astros.
Yeah, and so he says, I'll buy that hat that you're wearing, Reggie, for $25,000 and give the money to your foundation. I said, no. You have to buy this hat, and it has to go to you, but you give the $25,000 to John's foundation. And so that's how that worked out.
I'm glad you told.
Did I say it right?
No, you did. But I'm glad you told that story and not the story that my wife's embarrassed about, that I was actually rooting for the wrong team in your booth.
Well, you were. You were.
Well, you were in Atlanta, and you were at the moment you were getting beat, and so I was rooting for Atlanta. But then Atlanta got beat.
No, they beat us.
No, you guys won that day.
They won the World Series. Oh, yeah, that day.
Yeah.
It's 7 games, bro.
Well, okay. You're the expert in baseball, not me, bro.
I'm not bad.
So let's go back. People don't understand you. They thought you were arrogant and cocky, and they didn't realize he's alone. He's making all these changes all by himself. People saying what he cannot do. Let's roll the tape back. The time we got. You guys enjoying this? I want to do this. I want to cover.
I'll keep my answers brief.
I want to keep a lot of history in 5 minutes, and I'm going to talk not a lot because I really want you to. So, the World Series, where you did this triple, did you know that was coming? Did you know that was going to happen? And after you deal with that, what happened after that happened when you went out into the city?
I struggled in the '77 playoffs, and I had my manager and I were enemies, Billy Martin.
The manager and you were enemies?
Yes, and he sat me in Game 5 in Kansas City for the divisional playoffs. They didn't have all the series that they have now. They just had a 5-game series. And so I sat in Game 5, which was the deciding game in Kansas City. However, I was called a pinch hit in the 8th inning and got up, got a base hit, and drove in one of the runs that helped us win. And so I went on through the World Series, and I was benched in Game 5 as put me in an embarrassing situation.
They benched you?
Yes, yeah. And so from there we went to the World Series, and I struggled the first game, and then we went out to the West Coast, and I caught on. I got my game back in a couple of games, and then after we went back to New York, we lost the first game or so, and then we came back to New York. We had 3 games, and we won. We split in L.A. We came back to New York, and we won the 3 in a row, and in the last game, In batting practice, I had batting practice, and in batting practice, we hit 5 minutes per player, 9 guys. And so I was hit last. The stadium was full of people, and I hit from 6:40 to 6:45 with the Dodgers on the field getting ready to take the field. So I had about 50 swings, and I probably hit 35 balls in the stands in right center in about a 50-foot radius. And I walked out of the batting cage, and a couple of the great sports writers of the past were there, Dick Young and Dave Anderson, and I looked at them and they said, "Boy, Jax," that was my nickname at the time, you sure put on a show. And I said, and one guy said, "Mr. October, you got it." And I said, "Well, we'll find out. I hope I didn't leave it here." And so that night, I saw 3 pitches and hit all of them in the bleachers. The last time I would say when I went to home plate, I was trying to hit a home run.
You were?
I was trying to hit one, and they were bringing in a knuckleballer, Charlie Huff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I kind of looked around and I said, wow, I've probably had 15 homers off knuckleballers in my career. I wonder why they're bringing him in. And so I saw Charlie Huff, and he was running it. And I said, "You running in to get this?" And the first pitch he threw me, man, it was like room service. And I always call it a mattress ball, and I just laid on him.
Did you know when you hit it, it was a home run?
Yes, yeah. It was really a pretty majestic, high, long, deep,
That's not me.
No, that's mine. I have to leave it on because if I leave it off, I'll lose the phone and I won't know where it is.
So, let me help you with the volume. So
just turn off.
So whenever you hit a home run, do you know when you're hitting it that it's going to be a home run?
Yeah, as soon as you click it, as soon as you make contact, you know it's gone.
You know it's gone.
Yes.
So the first 2 times you did not know it was a home run until you hit it.
The first 2 times, the first ball I hit, I thought I topped it. I thought I'd hit over it like if you hit a golf shot and it kind of curves too much that way. And I kind of ran down the first base line and I said, "Stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up." And bam, it stayed up. And then the next one I hit almost in the same spot, but I squared it. And it would have probably went to Connecticut, but because I knew it was hit the right height.
Right.
And then the last one was just kind of a nice,
majestic,
big, right.
But it's like a science to you. Like you've really, Alex Rodriguez was telling me a couple days ago. He's here also that you also helped him and mentored him. This is like a science to you, which is why you're still advising players to this day. But when you went in the clubhouse, I'm just going to do this real quickly. When the clubhouse, after you hit that incredible 3 homers a run, it seemed like something came over you, like stress just came off of you, like people have been underestimating you, messing with you, jacking you up.
You're right.
I got that right?
You're right. As a black man in the 60s and the 70s, and even still today, we constantly fight for dignity. Just give me the credit I deserve, not more than.
That's right.
But don't discount me.
Don't discount
me. Don't that like players and people there would say to me, "You're glad you're here with the Yankees, aren't you? You're glad you're here." I'd say, "Yeah, I'm glad here. Yes, I'm very glad I'm here. But your ass is way glad I'm here."
By the way, he just gave me that killer Reggie Jackson look. I just got it. I got exactly where you looked at them back then.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of...
why you want to, they would come to me, the media would come to me and ask me questions about what the manager did or this or that. And I say, "Hey, man, why do you want to get me in a his door is open. Go ask him, not me." Don't put me in that situation.
Why do you think they kept messing with you? Why are people always poking at you? Which then, of course, you mouth off every now and then.
I didn't act like you were doing me a favor by having me here. I'm part of the team. I'm like your best player. I'm a pretty good player. Just give me my due. I don't want more than that.
That's right.
Like, really?
And at what point did you feel, okay, I'm now getting the respect I deserve at that moment? Wow.
It's always rough for them to give it to you, boy. They didn't want to give it to you. They didn't want to give you the credit. Even still to this day, if somebody has always said to me, I was on the television with David Ortiz, and good guy, and Alex and Derek, and the producers in your ear. They tell you what to say if you're not participating in the conversation. Okay? So they must have said something to Big Papi. Like, hey, Big Papi, ask Reggie, is he comfortable? Is it time for him to give up the Mr. October moniker? Yeah, okay? And so he asked me that question, and I want to say, hey, bro, easy now. You had good years, too. But you ain't me. I didn't say that. But that's what there's not going to be a Mr. October, another one. That's mine.
That's it.
Yeah, you make yours.
That's it.
So he had said to me, one of my favorite players, you know, when I worked with the Yankees, I got to watch my favorite player every day and got paid, Derek Jeter. Got to watch Alex Rodriguez. Got to watch Mariano. When I went to the Astros, I got to watch my favorite player, Altuve. Okay. He said, isn't it time to give up the moniker Mr. October to Jose Altuve? I said, you're right. I enjoy the fact that when someone comes up and has a great October, they say Mr. October is you know, he's having a Mr. October moment. You remember how they said that, David? I didn't say this. He's having a Mr. October moment. That's me. So every time someone does that, I'm thrilled. I get my name mentioned.
Right.
But it's, you know, I could have checked him, but it's not necessary.
So, did you guys catch that? I could have checked him, but it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, not necessary.
When you got the power, you don't need to use it.
Don't need it.
So all things have not been a bed of roses. You left this big game. You're in your Rolls Royce, I believe it was. You were so about, I think it was a Rolls Royce. You go out into the city. I'm trying to do this real quick. What happens?
Well, that night, you're not quite correct. I got held up and had my car at gunpoint taken from me. That's where you're going.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
That was in season.
Okay.
That night, for the year, I drove a Volkswagen. Mm-hmm. And I drove down this 3rd Avenue to a place called Jim McMullen's where I always would eat. The streets were packed with people. Yeah. I parked my Volkswagen, it was navy blue, Yankee blue, on the sidewalk.
Okay.
And my girlfriend and I went in and ate dinner. But the thing you're talking about where I was held up at gunpoint, I had a guy, I was driving a Rolls Royce, a kid stuck a pistol to my neck right here and said, give me your keys. And so I pushed my girlfriend out of the car, got out of the car, and the kid looked like he was 16 or 17 years old. I tried to thwart him from doing anything. I lunged at him. He picked the gun up. He pointed the gun at me and put it down.
Wow.
I ran away. He tried to get in the car, and in the Rolls Royce, it's a touch movement.
Yeah.
And he was yanking on it and couldn't get it in gear.
Right.
And got out and ran.
Right.
Yeah.
But your life flashed in front of you.
In a moment, yes.
And you're at your zenith. I mean, you're the man.
That's true.
It can happen to anybody.
Yes, it can.
And so you're trying to fight for the rights of the underserved, whatever, and you're about to have your lights taken out, turned off.
That's true.
But that didn't stop you from fighting for those anyway.
No.
Because you realize he didn't have a job.
You have to do the right things for a community. It's what God wants you to do. It's only right, And I'm thrilled with the people I've seen here today. I think either founder or head of Shopify is here. Someone said Mike Milken is here.
Yeah, he's here.
The people that impact the world financially are super smart and super understanding of what needs to be done. I'm happy to be part of that, to share the ideas that they have in order to make the world a better place for us all, which allows us to live better lives, live longer lives, live healthier lives. The product of what happens with this kind of input and sharing. I've had several of the companies talk to me. The guy that runs Honda for the Americas is a black African. He's an African.
Yep.
And his concern is to make the world a better place. And so when I see a Honda or a Nike or a Pepsi or the company, a Spotify, that is, am I saying that right?
Shopify.
Shopify.
He gets it all the time.
Is here.
Shopify.
That's okay. Yeah. They got a larger market cap than Spotify. So.
They do.
So,
much better.
So when I see those people collectively working together, I want to be part of that, and hope that I can be more part. Next year, I'm going to bring someone else here that is like-kind to wanting to make a difference.
Nice. You've already influenced the owner of the Astros to want to make a difference. He talks about it when you're not around. His wife is a big fan of yours, talks about you when you're not around. You're making a difference, Reggie, and you don't even know it. In fact, we don't have time. We got to go, but you got to promise to come back, because we got into 5% of your story. You got to come back. We want to do your documentary on a big screen and have a 2-hour conversation. Would you guys like that? Say you'll come back.
Thank you. I will come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, say thank you and hello, and we're proud of Reggie Jackson.
Hi, my name's Teresa Tumber. I am a financial wellness coach, specializing in credit and money management and small business with Operation Hope, and my partner is Fulton Bank in Virginia Beach, Virginia. I wanted to become a small business coach because I have truthfully wanted to do exactly what I do here at Operation Hope for years when I was a business owner and couldn't figure out how to do it. But now I am able to do it, and I don't have to create the wheel. And so I've always wanted to help those in the communities in which we serve. Never been able to do that on my own, and so now I'm able to do my passion and pay it forward. That's really where I am in life. I'm 53 and I'm heading towards retirement, so I figure why not start paying it forward and helping those that are still trying to climb the ladder and make a success of their life. Working with Aquina was just an amazing thing. She is somebody that is a stellar student. She really engages in the class. She asks lots of questions. She wants to know, and she realizes the opportunity that she has with Operation Hope and my knowledge in being able to help her as a previous small business owner myself, and being very successful at that. So she took heed to everything that I said and has just really, really grown with not only personally but professionally. I'm very optimistic in the fact that I really see what the work that Operation Hope does. I see the impact that we're making. I, every day, work with clients that feel like they can't move forward. They feel stuck. And my working with them and my belief is that, how you lead in a coaching conversation is you lead them to believe in them until they catch up. And I truly believe that if we all continue to do what we're doing here at Operation Hope, and thankfully to our partnerships, allowing us to be able to do what we do. I think we're going to change the world, and especially in every aspect of their life, because this is something that gives them positivity and hope, as our Operation Hope name is.
How about Reggie Jackson, huh? Wow. I took a few notes on the things he had to say. One of them is, and it's always good to hear people you've admired say things that you can relate to. He said, you have to do the right thing. It's what God wants you to do. That was after that story about him having a gun at his head. And so I think the one thing I love about this, and I love the way John does interviews. I think he's secretly a journalist like me. But he does these interviews where he really gives us an idea of who the people are and what they're thinking and the why behind who they are. And I think we have to ask ourselves that a lot. Why? How did I get here, and why did I get here? And what's behind that inside of me? And we are hearing so much about that lately, and he does such a good job of really, really focusing on that and getting people to talk about things that I don't think other people would talk about with some of these famous people that he brings in, who are really just down to earth, talking to a friend. He comes in and he just kind of sits there in the chair and he asks these questions. And you can see as he's asking those questions, you see the face of the other person like, what's coming? What is coming? What's he going to ask me? And then they're ready for it. So I love that. So we're going to take a break from sports a little bit and change and get into something a little bit different. We're going to talk about wellness, the future of longevity, which is something as I get older, I'm thinking about a lot. What does that mean? Where am I in that big picture? My whole family, the whole bit. Thriving in a rapidly changing world. Thriving, just thinking about that word and what that means. So for years it's been just trying to make it day to day to day, and now it's how to thrive and be in a day-to-day world. So we're going to talk about that a little bit coming up. And then, of course, we have another panel that's coming on to talk a little bit about what we're going to do in terms of redefining the rules, the entrepreneurial journey. We have the CEO of Airbnb with us. So that'll be a fabulous conversation to get into his head about a few things. And, of course, we have another baseball legend coming. Chairman and CEO of A-Rod Corporation, Mr. Alex Rodriguez, is going to be with us too. So we have a wonderful lineup, and I believe we're going to wrap things up with Mr. Michael Milken, who is going to talk about reimagining prosperity, advancing the American dream with Michael Milken. But first, let's get into talking about thriving and our longevity. Please welcome back to the stage John Hope Bryant, and he will be speaking with the CEO of Pfizer, Dr. Albert Bourla.
We did all this during the pandemic, everything virtual. Now I'm lost. There my man is. There he is.
Hi, John.
As handsome as ever. Hey, Albert, how are you, Mr. Dr. Bourla?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good. I know you would have been here in person if you could have been. I know that it was your plan. And, you're just, I guess you can't be criticized for running one of the biggest companies in the world, and things happened and you had to be back in New York. But thanks for still doing this virtually with us. And I want to spend the few minutes that we have together. Folks, give me a timer so I can make sure that you got cheating me on my time with Bourla. This is so important, this conversation, because, and I have 3 lines of conversation with you, the first of which is personal. You invited me and my wife into your life, not to have a proper lunch or go to a fancy dinner somewhere. You invited us into your house, like a sleepover. Like, you know, come to dinner and like hang out. And why? Like, why did you extend yourself so much? Why do you don't need to do it. Actually, I think I'm about to answer my own why. Let me see if I can put this together, actually. Is the thing that happened to your family in Eastern Europe, which the audience does not know about, still on your mind? The thing that happened...
Look, I invite you to my home because since the first day we met, my wife and me with you and your wife in a conference, we hit it off, and it was great chemistry. So we really enjoyed. Actually, you came and we still remember.
Yes, and
after dinner and in the morning in breakfast. So it was natural for me.
He actually, what is a sleepover called? What do you call them? Slumber party. That's what we said. We were going to have a slumber party. And it was, I remember this was yesterday, it was a rich experience. But that sense of humanity in you, I think, let me get the easy part out of the way, because actually I want to spend more time on this piece of the humanity. I'm going to come back to that. What you have done as a CEO of Pfizer during the pandemic, and I'm one of your recipients. I have taken the COVID vaccine, all 4 or 5 of them, I believe. I think I just got the booster from Pfizer. It's been fantastic. And, you know, people have got all kinds of things to say, and people are welcome to their opinion. God bless you. But Bishop T.D. Jakes and I were talking one day, and Bishop T.D. Jakes said it very plain. He said, look, 97% of everybody who's dying, who's dead or on a ventilator are unvaccinated. So, yes, it's not perfect. They created it in 8 months. But if you don't want to be dead, get the vaccine. I'm taking the vaccine. So I took the vaccine, and it's like the COVID is becoming like the new flu. You get vaccinated and it doesn't kill you. But this like killed like a lot of people, and it came upon us from nowhere, and heads of states are calling you from all over the world, including our head of state then, and it typically takes 2 to 3 years, as I understand it, Dr. Wally, to create a vaccine, and you guys did it in record time. You did it in 8 months. Is that right?
It takes 8 to 10 years, and we did it in 8 months, and we got it approval in 9 altogether. Yeah.
And I think that you deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. I just do.
You know, it's not me. I mean, I was, of course, the face of the company, and I was the face of the team to the press and to the public, and as you said, to a lot of governments. But, you know, it was a very big team of, first of all, brilliant scientists, and then hugely dedicated. They were spending sleepless hours to do that. And we are very, very proud of what we're able to accomplish, clearly, and we know that that will remain in the history as one of the greatest medical achievements, given the magnitude of health impact that this vaccine had, how many lives were spared and how many hospitalizations were avoided, and yeah, we are very, very proud of it.
And so, yes, so So now you're getting calls from heads of state and our president and people all around the world, and I'm going to come back now to what that was like, but now I'm going to come back to the personal so you understand why I think this man and his life's trajectory is so incredible. And I'll connect this to your kindness. Please tell the audience and those watching on LinkedIn, who's viewing through iHeartRadio, Bloomberg, Roland Martin Live, CNBC, our own streaming platform, Dr. Borla, the attendees, the delegates here, please tell everybody about your childhood, about your mother.
Yeah, my look, I mean, I had a happy childhood. I was born in a middle-class family. We didn't have affluence, but nothing was missing from home. My father and mother were very happily married together. They love each other. It was very obvious to all of us. I'm sure you are referring to the fact that both of them survived the Holocaust, and particularly my mom was the one that was in hiding because we are Jewish. And she was eventually arrested, and then a Christian relative of ours paid bribes to the Nazis to make sure that they will not execute her because it was towards the end of the world, so they were not sending any more people to Auschwitz from Greece. And eventually she hardly escaped execution. She was put in front of in a line in front of a wall and behind the wall and in front of a firing squad. And last moment they pulled her out of the line, and as she was going back, she heard the execution of everybody else. So, and you know, she went back to jail. She was not back to freedom, where she had been abused in the jail. She was a teenager. So she had very, very difficult times. And her brothers actually came from Auschwitz. They survived there. So as a family, they were all discussing about these stories home, which is very rare because usually Holocaust survivors never discuss. Typically, they don't discuss the horrors that they live. They want to forget. It's a very, very unique situation. But, you know, my mother, not my father but my mother was talking about those things. And I think...
Oh, no. Hold on. Wait, we got to get this. Hold on a minute. Are you back, Albert? He's frozen. Hold on a minute. So while we're trying to get him back, I don't know if you caught all that. Happy childhood, everything's fine. World War II, his mother is put into in line of a firing squad. And everybody got murdered. Everybody was gunned down. But they pulled his mother out. I mean, unbelievable. And of course, if that hadn't happened, he wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be CEO. He wouldn't have made the decisions that he made. No other CEO would have made the decisions the way he made them. You wouldn't have a vaccine. I believe tens of millions of lives would be lost, if not more. He cut deals in Africa with African heads of state, along with my friend Shrive Masiyiwa, who was not able to be part of this, the sixth richest man in Africa, a black man in Africa, who cut these negotiated deals on the government side. But Albert Bourla took these extra steps, not just dealing with the UK and dealing with the United States and England and France. He dealt with Africa and African leaders to make sure that people in Africa got these vaccines at no cost. And oh, you're back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Albert?
I'm sorry for that.
No problem. Somebody tripped on a cord or something. But I was just telling them that I was saying that if your mother hadn't been pulled out of the firing squad line at that moment, you wouldn't be here. What was the statistical? You told me a number in this small town of who was executed and who survived.
It's not a small town, actually. It's the second largest city
Okay.
in Greece, Thessaloniki, and it had the largest Jewish community. The extermination was very high. 96% was exterminated, were killed. So 4% survived.
4% survived. And the likelihood of your mother being pulled out of that firing squad was almost zero. Does she know who did it? What God did it? Huh? And so, Albert, you may be humble and nice. I think one of the reasons that you are always looking out for the underdog, why you reached out to those leaders in Africa, why you gave them a deal on the vaccine, why you made sure that the wealthier nations allowed you to pay for the poorer nations for the vaccine, why you're always visible in communities, why you care about people like me and others who are left behind, why you made sure that Operation Hope was on your factory floor helping your working class workers at Pfizer with financial coaching. You didn't have to do it. You did that because you remember what it's like to be invisible and what happened to your family and how, but by for the grace of God, there goes you.
Thank you for saying that. I think, clearly everyone is who he is or she is because of the personality that mainly is built in the character during the early days and of the life of an individual. And the family plays a key role. I'm sure for the good or the bad, my family shaped me and who I am right now. So everything that I was able to, and not everything I have done well in my life and good, but those ones, I'm very proud of the things that we did. And clearly, I think my mom and dad played a role.
And you're paying it forward. So tell us,
Yes.
Tell us a little bit. We have a couple minutes left. Tell us a little bit about, let's fast forward now. By the way, did your mother get a chance to see a lot of your success while she was alive?
She was happy to see the birth of my two kids, and I think that was the most important for her.
Yeah.
She passed away when they were two. So my father, unfortunately, passed just months before they were born, so he wasn't able to see them.
That's all right. He's watching now from heaven, Albert. Don't worry.
I'm sure both of them.
And you now take this role. You're CEO of one of the biggest companies in the world, and you have these heads of states calling you. What was that pressure like in 2020? And what can you share with us about a couple of those experiences and how you handled it?
No, the pressure was very high because it was, if you all remember, it was dark days. People had lost hope. We were thinking that the civilization of humans, the way we know it, is in danger because of the pandemic. And there were not much that were happening in order that could provide hope. Vaccine was by far the most important thing, but we didn't know if that would be successful. And so the pressure, if you are driving a major project, that you know that its success is not going to mean success for Pfizer, it's going to mean survival for the world, it was very, very high. Now, the fact that after the vaccine was developed and it was successful, this is also when it started the whole big project of being able to manufacture enough so that the whole world will have. Pfizer was manufacturing 200 million doses of vaccines pre-pandemic per year. That was the peak of the volumes we were making. During the first year of the pandemic, we made 3 billion doses of one vaccine that we never manufactured before.
From 200,000 to 3 billion?
From 200 millions to 3 billions.
200 million to 3 billion.
Yes, and the vaccine that we made, 3 billions, the first year, it was not a product that was ever manufactured before. Actually, there was no mRNA product manufactured before. We were literally built the manufacturing facilities to make it while we were trying to develop the vaccine. We did it at risk. So in case we were successful with the vaccine, we would be ready to manufacture it immediately, which we were successful. So that created, of course, a lot of pressure to a lot of people, and I was the recipient of a lot of pressure, at least from the outside. So yeah, it was a quite demanding period.
So you're getting the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of this country calling you every day, basically?
Not every day. Every day someone would call. Not everybody was calling every day, but a lot of people will call, and because they were worried about their people, right? And they had responsibility for the health of their constituents, and they were trying to find out when they can receive vaccines, when the vaccines will be ready, how they receive them. This was the main discussion topic that I was having with them.
And meanwhile, your team, this is all a case for optimism, by the way. All this is about choosing to be positive, choosing to see the glasses half full, choosing to be part of the solution, even when the headwinds are coming at you. And everybody tells you this cannot be done. They're telling you that it's impossible. They're criticizing you. He's doing it anyway. And so your team's under pressure underneath you. They're under intense pressure. You're getting pressure from the outside. Meanwhile, what did you do to help underserved countries, Africa, Latin America, and other places, to make sure that they had the vaccine?
The first thing that we did was to try to make enough for everyone. And as I said, we were able at the end of the first year to have 3 billion doses. The second is we priced it tier pricing. So the high-income countries received the product. It was the cost of a takeaway meal during the pandemic. The middle-income countries, half of that cost, and the low-income countries, we gave it at manufacturing cost. But because we knew it was not going to be enough, because some of the countries, they couldn't even afford to pay for their entire population at once the manufacturing cost. We did an agreement with the Biden administration, and the US government bought a billion doses from us. They bought it at cost. So we didn't make money, we didn't lose money. And then they offered them completely free. So through this agreement that we did with the US government, basically the vast majority of all the low-income countries and a very big part of middle-income countries received offers to get the vaccines completely free, zero cost.
And so some people will say, oh, well, this is wrong or that's wrong or whatever. Well, you go try to create a vaccine in 8 months. I mean, I want to, again, I like what you're doing much better than what other folks are not doing. You're an honest broker. You did the very best you can. You saved, I believe, hundreds of millions of lives. And I'm personally honored to have Pfizer in my body, your vaccine. You allow me to travel the world safely. I've been to 100 countries. I've never been sick. In 31 years, I've never been sick. I am not casual about my health. I'm very paranoid about it, and I trust you with my life. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Albert Bourla. Love you, man. Great, Dad. I know you got to go back to saving the world, and we will catch you in live and in Atlanta next year.
Welcome to your 1-minute wellness break. In the next 60 seconds, let's reflect on all the moments before you got, all the decisions you made to be here, all the experiences you've had to get here, especially the difficult ones. Because the difficult ones happen for us, just in case we weren't sure that we deserve it. And we do deserve to be here. My name is Patrice Webb, Kindness Gangster, and this is your 1 minute reflection for mental health wellness.
Hi, my name is Tahir Arias, and I'm the co-founder at For Us Nation. I am hopeful for the changes we are making in education. In the United States, education has been the primary lack. The least amount of money has been invested into. At For Us Nation, we provide educational resources as we believe it is the main tool that has been not given at the ground level across racial spectrums. The more of us that have seats at the table, the less we will need to fight on the battlefield. I'm optimistic for that kind of future.
And as I introduce the people, you'll understand why. But especially as someone who has spent a career in the media working to be truthful and fair, because we're going to talk about the currency of credibility, navigating truth in a post-fact era. So please help me welcome this wonderful group of people, beginning with the founder and managing partner of Skybridge, Mr. Anthony Scaramucci, then artist, entrepreneur, activist, Tip T.I. Harris, and Ambassador Andrew Young. Plus, the moderator for this event is the president of the LBJ Library and ABC News presidential historian, Mr. Mark Updegrove. Please give them all a warm welcome. We have a great conversation ahead.
All right. Okay. Morning, everybody. What an honor.
What's happening?
What an honor it is to be here with these gentlemen to talk about the war on truth. And we couldn't have more qualified people to address that topic. And Mr. Ambassador, we're going to start with you. You have witnessed history. You have made history. How do you explain the war on truth that we're experiencing right now? How do you explain the fact that truth isn't what it might have once been in American culture?
Well, you know, I really can't figure that out. I was always taught, well, I was never a Boy Scout, but somebody gave me a Boy Scout handbook. On my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to guard my country, obey the Scout law. I mean, there were all kinds of little things that I learned before, well, I was 6, 7. And, but then I lived in a neighborhood that made me figure out the truth. I had an Irish grocery store on one corner, an Italian bar on the next. The Nazi Party was on the third corner, and a Chevrolet dealership around the fourth corner. And I lived, me and my brother were the only black kids in the block. They had black folk in the block. This is right downtown New Orleans. So all of the problems that we've been living with for the last 90 years, I was living with when I was 5 and 6. And so most of my daddy was a dentist, and most of his suppliers happened to be Jewish. So when you come to get to his office, he had to pass a swastika that was about 4 feet by 6 feet, hanging on at the Nazi Party headquarters 50 yards from where I was born. So, I had to figure out what race was, and I had to figure out the differences, and I had to learn to get along. And I also had to learn to fight. My daddy said, if you know how to fight, you don't have to fight. And so he took a great deal of effort to take me to the boxing gym where New Orleans was a great boxing town. So he said, I mean, he had us taking boxing lessons. When he fixed up the fighter's teeth and they couldn't pay, he said, that's all right, just take my sons over there and teach them something. And so it's a life struggle with me. And later on, when I hooked up with Martin Luther King, he used to make us laugh at death. And he'd say, if you're not ready, if you haven't found something you're ready to die for, you're not fit to live. And then he would go into a lesson on death. And the way he would do it was pick somebody, say like, I know Tip is always trying to run up, be in front on the camera. And so I figure that one of these days, if somebody comes after me, one of you all will jump in front of the trying to get on the camera, and you take the bullet for me. But then he'd make you laugh, and he'd say, but then my real trouble starts. He said, I got to figure out how to preach you into heaven. And he would start doing a sermon on your life that would not be the Martin Luther King you know, but more like Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
And he'd think of all of the embarrassing things that he's heard rumors about, and he'd make like he's doing it in church at your funeral and telling the world all of the things that you'd never want said in public. But what the point was, he made you laugh at death. And he said, I don't care how rich you are, I don't care how good looking you are, I don't care how smart you are, you're going to die. That's one thing that we cannot escape. And he said, the only question is, what is it you're willing to give your life for? And that's the question. We found now that there's some people that are willing to give their life just for power and attention. And just to be in the limelight is enough. But then you have real troubles in the world where people have to make really determined decisions and ask the question, is this worth my giving my life for? And you have that in the Ukraine. And it's almost, that's what freedom is all about. The Ukraine citizens made a decision that they wanted to determine their own destiny. I don't think the Russians had a chance to make that decision. They were told by their government that they had to do this. And I think that's the difference between freedom and democracy and totalitarianism.
But one of the reasons, Mr. Ambassador, that Russia is able to wage this war is they are sending out disinformation to Russians about the nature of that war. We see it, the problem with truth, not only domestically, but internationally. And Anthony, I want to ask you, you have been in politics and in business. How has our inability to agree on truth devolved our government, and what are the impacts on the business community?
Well, I just want to thank Mark for not mentioning the fact that I got fired from the White House after 11 days, so thank you, Mark. Then again, everybody knew that, so. But
you know, I kind of got fired too, but that's a badge of honor.
Yeah, I appreciate that from you. Coming from you, that means a lot, Ambassador.
If Ambassador Young got fired, it is a badge of honor, without question.
I don't know if mine was a badge of honor or not, but the truth be told, it was a great learning experience, and it's about, if you have something happen to you like that, you got to bounce and stay in the game. That's a big lesson that Reggie was speaking about and others up here. But I just want to apply some context, if it's okay. In 1930, Henry Luce, who was the founder of Time magazine, went to visit Joe Stalin, and he interviewed Stalin. And Stalin said that he was going to crush the United States. And Mr. Luce said, well, how are you going to do that? He says, well, the KGB were experts in disinformation.
Yeah.
And the United States is a mongrel nation. It's multi-racial, it's multi-religious, and it's this big separated entity. He didn't see it as the idea that Lincoln saw it as, or Dr. King. He says, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spread disinformation. I'm going to get the people of the United States to hate each other and to get very, very tribal and to not understand their commonality. But what he got wrong about the United States at that time is that we had more or less a unified media, and our grandparents and our great-grandparents who had immigrant stories, or some of us came here through slavery, they actually still loved the country. They loved the idea of the country, what Lincoln said about this being the last best hope for mankind. And so we were able to hang together. Excuse me. But today, Mark, because of social media, because of the fragmentation of the way information is delivered, these very same messengers are doing that to the United States. And whether it's the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, they have all these social media bots that are coming in, and they're spreading lies and they're spreading disinformation, and it's very hard to contain. And I don't know how we correct that other than through a rededication to the civic virtues of America and what we all believe in. We have to start to go back to that as sort of a preventative medicine, because you're never in a free speech society going to be able to contain the lies.
But Anthony, we're also doing it to ourselves.
We are.
Because you have this fragmented media landscape that is not just dominated by bots that may be the doing of foreign governments, but you also have media outlets that are purveying misinformation and disinformation to engage an audience.
No question.
To incite anger and indignation. And Tip, I want to ask you, what role does social media play in this? What role does social media play in propagating misinformation and disinformation and untruths?
I mean, I think that it pretty much serves as the community in which propaganda is distributed. I think that the lack of facts and people being in such a rush to punish before they actually find, you know, what the true validity of these things are. Everybody, you know, wants to. The power of punishment has overcome so many people. You know, people wanting to be authoritative, people wanting to serve as a disciplinarian. You know what I mean? But I'm a firm believer in you can't cancel what you didn't create. I don't give validation, I don't give authority, I don't give, I'm not looking for anyone to, I know where my blessings come from. So can't no human being take from me what was God given.
Let me ask you, how do you define cancel culture, Tip?
That's an amazing question. I think it's ambiguous. It's like, you know, I guess it would be when the masses of society are influenced or feel somewhat pressured to take a stand against someone for something that they heard a bunch of other people said that they said, and you know what I'm saying, or that a bunch of people said that they did, and it really, like, if this, I like to just go back to the Constitution, you know what I'm saying, like, because that seems as though it was supposed to serve as a guide for American people to be able to live and operate within and up under. So if you're in doubt, just go back to the Constitution. Like, due process is a part of everyone's constitutional right. Yes, sir. Please do.
You all need to celebrate. Here's hip hop taking us back to the Constitution. And we can't get the Supreme Court to do that all the time.
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
Man, thank you. This is my glorious mentor. You know what I mean, Ambassador.
But I didn't teach you that.
No, not what. But you did. You just don't know it. I think that, man, we just all, if everyone was to, you know, just go with the flow, fall in line. That's what that's what cancel culture creates. The notion for people to do, just go with the flow. Don't speak truth to power. Don't challenge the perspectives of now. There's no evolution in that. You cannot evolve just going with the flow and doing what you're told and doing as others are doing. You have to have individuality. You have to have freedoms to be able to speak truth. And also, I think everybody has a civic duty to research fact before going into a form of punishment, whether it's individually or collectively. But I mean, at the end of the day, whatever happens, God has given us all that we need to get through it. So I don't really concern myself with any of it. But I'm aware of it.
Good for you. Well put, Tip. Anthony, I want to go back to something you alluded to. Anthony has been canceled in his life because of an ill-fated stint at the White House as the White House communications director under Donald Trump. He was in that position for 11 days, and for reasons that Anthony might enumerate, was fired from that position and was abruptly canceled by the American public. And you talked about that backstage, Anthony. What was that ordeal like, and how did you get through it?
I mean, it sucked. I mean, it was terrible.
First of all, talk about why you got fired, and then talk about the.
Well, I mean, the public reason I got fired is because of something I said about Steve Bannon, which is probably not appropriate for the stage, but which is really funny. You can look it up on Google. And I mean, he was a terrible guy, but we're not here to talk about him. But the real reason I got fired is I was fighting with the president over certain things where he wasn't thinking about the presidency as the institution of the presidency. And it was all a reaction about himself. And when you're in that job, it's not about you, it's about the American people. That house is the American people's home. And so we were in there fighting. We were in the Oval Office. There was one thing he wanted to disclose, which I don't want to get into, and I fought with him over it. And then I brought in a cabinet member, and he didn't like that, and he yelled at me and said that I was on his team and I'm not part of the deep state and all this sort of nonsense. But it was, for me, I was always looking at it, what is in the interest of the American people, not the right-leaning people or the left-leaning people. That's an office that all of us vote on. Okay, in the Senate, you got to vote on it if you're from that state. The House of Representatives, it's your district. But every one of us votes for the president. And so it's like what Truman said about the presidency. You know, I am a lobbyist, but I happen to be a lobbyist for all of the American people, not for these silly special interests that pervade Washington. So that's why I more or less got fired. And it's fine. I took it as well as somebody could take it. But I'll just say this to you. I got fired 3 or 4 days afterwards. I was lit up by every cable pundit. I was parodied on Saturday Night Live. Bill Hader played me. I thought, frankly, I thought he needed more hairspray. I told Lorne Michaels that. And, you know, and I got destroyed by, like, Stephen Colbert. I mean, I think he had even, like, a cartoon character of me, you know. And by the way, racial tropes. You know, I was Tony Soprano on the Potomac. You can laugh at that. I actually don't care. I was a Jersey Shore cast member in the White House. I mean, they were coming in every which direction at me. But I went right back at them, okay? And that's what I would tell anybody in this room. I would tell Tip or anybody, when they're coming for you, you got to go right back at them. So I went on Colbert. I did the mean tweets on Jimmy Kimmel. I faced the music in the media. And when I thought the president was off the rails, which was, you know, maybe later than you got there or somebody else may have gotten there, I spoke out about it. Okay, and I said, okay, he is off the rails, and he can't be the president anymore. This guy's nuts. Okay? And I talked about it, and I defended the position. And I was telling Ambassador Young, my 31-year-old son is like, Dad, you're just killing my networking opportunities because, the Republicans hate you because you were with Trump. The Democrats hate you because you left Trump. How am I going to network, Dad? How am I going to network? But the truth is, maybe I'm getting closer to the truth, right? And what I would say to you is, if they're hitting you, you got to respond. You can't sit there. My friend Billy Bush, who you may or may not remember, he was on the bus with Trump when he made those inappropriate comments about the grab him by the, and we'll leave it at that. And so he got canceled. He got fired from his job. And his crisis communications people told him, go hide for 3 or 4 years or something like that. And it was the wrong thing to do. I said, Billy, get up. You got to get up, and you got to get back in the game, and don't let people define you. That's what you got to do. And I appreciate that, by the way, because it was brutal. It was brutal.
Ambassador, when you were on the front lines of the civil rights movement, you were trying to ensure that we upheld our most sacred democratic ideals, which were being violated in the Jim Crow South. Our democracy became stronger as a consequence of the civil rights movement. And yet now, 60 years later, we see democracy eroding. How do you account for that? Why is that happening?
I think maybe people get scared. Life is not easy, and it's very easy to adopt a myth that gives you a sense of security in that you are associated with this group of people around this myth. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, but they make you feel comfortable. Now, that's not what we have been taught to stand for in this country. And I think this is the end here, it says here, kind of.
No, I think we're okay for a while.
Okay, well, but what I was thinking was...
the end of what?
They had down here final thoughts. And I keep coming back to Martin Luther King. Because it's almost 60 years since he was assassinated. But I don't think a day passes when we don't hear something he said quoted by somebody else. But the thing that keeps coming back to me in this conversation is his quote, truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future, for behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own.
Well said. Tip, you talked about one of our founding documents a moment ago. How can the creative community rally to bolster our democracy in this perilous moment?
I think what we do is we continue to distribute truth and light and inspiration, by way of creativity. And we just can't waver, we can't waver no matter, it's a sacrifice, it's a sacrifice to stand on moral integrity, whatever your truth is. I think that if you are courageous enough to speak it, if you know that it's true in your heart and you believe in it, then whatever the consequences are, then they're just par for the course. It just has to happen. I don't think you shouldn't derail yourself or as you say, hide for 3 or 4 years. I think, man, you just continue to live life because, all things happen as they should. And you never know. Next year, people will look back and say, "Oh, so he was right after all." And man, a lie gets around the world before the truth could put his shoes on. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to focus on doing what I feel is right. Nobody has a magic wand or a crystal ball to know the perfect things to do. We all deserve grace. We all require grace. Everyone deserves grace.
Preach, brother.
And I think when you cancel, like the idea, the thought of canceling someone to me is discarding people and throwing them away from society for moments of indiscretion, which we've all had. We've all had moments of indiscretion. And I think that when those moments of indiscretion happen, it's what I consider a teachable moment. There's a lesson there. There's a time to sit down, have a conversation, come to a moment of clarity, a moment of understanding to move forward, with better practices. But you can't even welcome that opportunity or that moment if you just decide to discard people and throw them away immediately.
It's true. Yeah. Well put. Anthony, I want to go back to your former boss, Donald Trump. The integrity was once the bedrock of the presidency. You look back at the legend about George Washington chopping down the cherry tree and says, "I cannot tell a lie, I chopped down the cherry tree." You look at maybe our greatest president, Abraham Lincoln, and his nickname was Honest Abe. We measured a president by truth, by his integrity. Donald Trump, according to the Washington Post, for whom you have written opinions, told a whopping 30,000 lies during the course of his presidency. To what extent is Donald Trump...
They must have missed about 10,000, by the way. Probably weren't counting 100 of them.
But to what extent is Donald Trump responsible for the attack on truth in our country?
Well, I think he's heard it. I think he's also created space for intolerance, and I think that he'll say that he hasn't, but he has, and you can just see the people that are attracted to him. But we're running out of time, and I want to cede my time to Ambassador Young because we want to get some final thoughts from him. But I would just say this. If you have integrity, and you're talking about canceling, if you have integrity, there will always be opportunity for you. You're going to hear from Michael Milken shortly. He's a dear friend of mine. When I got fired, he was one of the first phone calls into my cell phone. What can I do? How can I help you? And I think when you speak with integrity and you act with integrity, there will always be opportunity for you. Don't forget that. But I want to cede my time.
Well, I hear you. I think we've got a little more time. I think we have 35 minutes and we have a little more time than that's indicated. I want to do a lightning round before we give the ambassador the final round and ask you all, and I'll start with you, Anthony, in this very fraught time, in this very challenging but consequential time where we face so many challenges, including the fact that truth is no longer what it once was. What gives you the greatest hope? Anthony?
Look out here. This is it, man. I mean, come on. This is it. This is a society of aspirational people. And this is a society of dreamers and risk takers. And we were told in the 1830s by Tom Malthus that we were going to starve, that the population was going up, and we weren't going to be able to grow the food fast enough. And we innovated. We got more people dying from obesity now than starvation. We were told in the 1980s that we were going to run out of oil. It was peak oil theory. And then we developed fracking and GPS. We were told that the healthcare was going to be 30% of the GDP when it was at 20. It's gone to 14 because of biotechnology and innovation. You can never bet against the people that are in this room. And you know that the people in this room want to do what's right. We just have to force our leaders to stop thinking left and right, left and right. How about right or wrong? And it's important for us to do that. But no, I mean, I am a byproduct of this country. I mean, I would have been picking grapes somewhere in Italy, maybe if I was lucky. And this country, and you know it for yourselves, this country has given you that opportunity and that ability to seek an aspiration. And as long as we have that, we're going to be just fine. That's my opinion. Go ahead.
Tip, this is the theme of this conference is the case for optimism. What makes you optimistic? What gives you hope?
I believe in purpose. I believe in purpose. I believe in change. And I know that, change doesn't happen without some level of sacrifice and consequence. So wherever there's sacrifice and consequence, change is imminent. And evolution cannot continue without change. And if you look historically, in all parts of society, in all of the world, historically, I don't care how many empires, how many periods you look at, anyone who fought against change lost. So I believe in purpose, I believe in change, and all things will continue to evolve, and that is the way humanity has, and society has been able to exist and become so phenomenal. The way, even with all of the perilous things that we're talking about right now. Yeah, these are things that are, you know, they're inconveniences. That you had a tough time. I had a tough time. You had a hell of a tough time. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I don't think so.
Better now, you know.
No, really. I think I have had the most wonderful life on earth.
Amen.
You know what?
You have, but Mr. Ambassador, let me ask you, we have a couple of minutes here, and I want to ask you two questions, including the one that I just asked Anthony and Tip, but I'm going to save that. Before we get to that, I'm going to ask you, going back to something that Tip said, you got to find grace. You have seen in your life as an activist the very worst in human nature, and yet you found grace. Not only did you find, you are Ambassador Young because you were the ambassador to the United Nations, but before that, when you were waging the civil rights movement, you were the ambassador. You were the one who went out to the community and negotiated settlements between white racists and the black community. How did you find grace in those moments?
Well, I was born into it, see? I mean, it's part of the black heritage that we tend not to be judgmental. We know that all men sin and fall short of the glory of God, and women do too. And, you know, you judge not that you be not judged. And I just thank God that I have been taught by my grandmother that grace, and I was glad to hear you use that word, rappers talking about grace. I mean, that's high stuff, seriously. And mercy. I mean, people set you up to get killed.
Yeah.
So, and you have profited in the career that they tried to kill you out of.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's what life is, a struggle of good against evil, and good always prevails eventually. And well, let me go ahead and get into this because I had to leave the United Nations, and I'm going to tell you how it happened. Because Harry Belafonte invited me over to his house to meet with the former Prime Minister of Israel. As a result of that 4-hour conversation, he was trying to get me to bring the Palestinians to the table because he said, we're getting old and we know Arafat and them, and we would do better settling this issue if we settle it in our lifetime. And we think that President Carter is the kind of spirit that could get both sides together and we could put this thing to rest. I think if we'd had another term, that would have happened. But then after that, Moshe Dayan had me to lunch on Fifth Avenue in a restaurant where we were all being seen by everybody that passed by. And everybody knew who I was, and they knew who he was. What are we doing talking together? And then I go to the State Department and tell them what's going on. And it was made them uneasy. And it was my time, according to the Constitution and the laws of the United Nations, it was my turn in August to be president of the Security Council. And we rotate alphabetically, and nothing ever happened in August. And so I was trying to keep nothing from happening in August. So the Palestinians decided they wanted to come to the table with the Israelis. See? Now, what we're talking about now and what we're seeing on television every day has been struggling to find reality in my time since Ralph Bunche in 1948. And Ralph Bunche won the Nobel Peace Prize for trying to work this out. This is nothing new. It didn't happen on October 7th. It's been happening all of our lifetime, and we haven't been able to rise to the occasion and make it make sense. But everybody knows, and it's not being anti-Muslim or anti-Semitic, it's being for life and for the preservation of humanity and for peace on earth and goodwill toward all men, women, and right now it's especially children. That's what hurts us, to see children dying every day. And there ought to be another way.
Mr. President, we're about to get canceled, not by culture, but by Operation Hope. Will you please join me in thanking Anthony Scaramucci, Tip Harris, and the legendary Andrew Young.
Let's hear it for this amazing group. Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you all so much. I love it. 90, are you 92, sir? 93. 91 and a half. Let's count that half. We are so glad. We'll take it. We'll take it. We're going to have a little change up here, and then we got still some big stuff coming, some big names, so you want to stick around. I believe we're going to right now have a video, but that may not be true. I'm not sure. All I can tell you is okay. That was a no. So here's the exciting thing. We have some big guests still to come, but we're in the home stretch. So that's a baseball term, because our next guest has been swinging big in sports and in business his whole life. He is a 14-time All-Star, 3-time MVP, and a 2009 World Series champion. I could go on and on about stats, because baseball lovers love stats, and I'm stretching because it's going to be worth it. For our next guest to come out, please give a big Hope Global Forum's welcome to Mr. Alex A-Rod Rodriguez, and our moderator, Jason Kelly, who is executive editor of Bloomberg TV and host of Bloomberg Business Week. Give them a big round of applause. I promise they're coming. There they are.
You're there.
I thought I was playing short, but I'm playing third.
Yeah, you're moving to third. Wait, does that make me Jeter? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great
cool.
compliment.
I'll take it. Anyway, well, thank you all for having us. This is especially fun for me. You know, like I often get up. I was here yesterday interviewing Tony Ressler, your friend, and Mayor of Atlanta, and Dr. Gale from Spelman. But this isn't sort of a typical interview because, shameless plug, we have a show. We have a show coming out in January called The Deal, brought to you by Bloomberg. And so we've been interviewing a lot of interesting people. And we're going to talk a little bit about that later. But, you know, I was thinking about, as I've gotten to know you really well over the last couple of years, and we've been doing this show, you are in such an interesting moment right now. And a lot of people here admired your work on the ball field. They know that you've been a very serious business person and investor for a number of years. But I have to say, and I sit about this close to you when we're doing our show, you're very consciously leveling up, I feel like, at this moment. And I don't know if you would agree with that, and I want to take you specifically to your relatively new ownership stake in the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Lynx. And understand, yep. And by the way, awesome season so far.
Thank you.
For the T-Wolves. Tony Ressler, who was sitting where you were yesterday, envies that record. But tell us about that experience, because this is new. You're on the other side of the table. Mm-hmm. You sat across from George Steinbrenner and other owners across the years. What's it like sitting there?
Yeah, I mean, Jason, I played for almost 25 years in the big leagues. First of all, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning. And I was one of 750 players in the major leagues, which was pretty exciting. And when you think about now being one of 30, sometimes it's surreal. And I was recently at a board meeting, and to my left, I have Jeannie Buss. To my right, I have Mark Cuban, Tony Ressler, Mark Lasry used to be there. And these are the families that I've grown up watching, admiring, and I'm one of 30 in the room. I think I'm the only man of color in the room, which is, you know, a huge responsibility for me. And it's surreal. And I just think about, like, wow, dreams can happen, and it can only mainly happen in this great country of America, which you can be a ball player and then be an owner.
Yeah. All right. So I want to stick on something that you just said, because you being a man of color at that table is historic. You and Michael Jordan, I believe, were the only, and now he is obviously exited to a new ownership group, or a new ownership group coming in Charlotte. Talk to us, tell this audience about that experience and sort of the mindset that you go in knowing that you got a lot that you're carrying into that room.
Well, there's definitely a lot of responsibilities, and something I take very seriously. And my great friend and mentor, Magic Johnson, when I sat with him almost 30 years ago today, it was because of him that I am here today. Because, yes, I grew up watching a lot of successful people and unsuccessful people. But when I saw Magic, I said, here's a guy that plays like me. He looks like me. And, you know, when you're an athlete and you're a man of color, people consider you double dumb, right? You're an athlete, jock, you're dumb, and you're a man of color, you're probably not very smart. So you kind of come in with this negative bias, which I've always used it as a competitive advantage. I know Magic has as well. And then as our job, how do we bridge communities, right? How do we bridge this community to that community? And I find myself as an owner talking to our players. 10 of our 15 players are under the age of 25. Average age is 22. And these contracts are just getting wilder and bigger and bigger. I mean, you saw Ohtani just signed for $700 million, and the number's only going to get bigger. So when I meet with my players, we talk about wisdom is prevention, right? And the more wisdom you have, it helps you eliminate all the white noise and all these negative temptations. So it's kind of weird. Sometimes I forget that I play baseball, and I'm just a businessman now.
And so that relationship with your players, I mean, one of the hallmarks of your career, and, you know, I've talked to people that you played for and played around. You know, we had an amazing interview, I dare say, that's going to come out with Derek Jeter about sort of your experiences together, you know, in the hot house of New York. You were well known for literally not even taking off your cleats and like walking into Jerry Reinsdorf's office or George Steinbrenner and looking for advice. Now you're on that other side, as I mentioned. How do you give advice? What's the advice that you're giving players, those 20-something players who they're looking to you, and they're looking at you differently than they would look at Tony Wrestler or something like that, because you've been in their shoes, as you say, in more ways than one.
Yeah, Tony advises me and I advise the players.
Right.
And sometimes it's intimidating. I mean, even when you're someone coming up, I came up from the very bottom. I saw food stamps for the first time and it slipped out of my mom's purse when we were paying at Publix. And I said, Mom, what is that? It looked like Monopoly money. I've never seen color that's like red. And she's like, well, I mean, she had a little shame and she put her head down and she goes, well, that's, some government help that they're giving us. And I was like, at the age of 12, I literally went home that night and prayed. And I said, dear God, if I can ever, get going so I can help my mother. And our rent was $550 and we had a hard time paying that. So coming at it from that prism is, it's a responsibility. And what I feel with the young players is, you got to give them the tools. And what I do is now, unlike when we grew up, Jason, there's so many ways that players can get a hold of us. DM, LinkedIn, emails, they can just reach our website. And I've talked to hundreds of athletes. And I recently got a text, which I get a lot from, a DM that said, hey, Rod, how you doing? My name is so-and-so. Would you help me with my hitting and would you help me with my finances? And I said, well, I can't help you with your hitting, but we can talk finances all you want and financial literacy. And what I usually do, Jason, is I never give advice on what to invest. I usually talk about prevent defense, how to protect yourself, how to have the right attorney, the right business manager, and the right advisors, and create a little bit of a wall of protection.
Yeah.
And then go find the best people in the world, let them go and try to get a seat on their bus and go with them and learn while you're investing.
Yeah. And so as you think about, and I alluded to this earlier, but, your real estate empire, as it were, or as it is, starts with a very early investment in Miami. You and I stood on at one of your new properties and basically looked down at that first investment that you made. You've obviously done a lot around real estate, venture capital, now team ownership. We were backstage with Mike Milken, and he asked the question, which I'll ask you. How do you fit it all in? How do you sort of split your time? What's your advice to a group that is probably like you, acting with a sense of urgency, acting with a sense of responsibility? How do you pick and choose?
Yeah, I mean, first I have 5 direct reports, and it all comes down to people. And, our venture arm is called VCP. V stands for vision, right? You want to have a crystal clear vision of where you want to be 1, 3, 5 years from now, right? The C is you got to deploy capital to crystallize your vision. And the hardest part is always the last one, is P, is people. And, as a leader of my company, I set the culture, the vision, and then I go recruit the best people in the world. And that's really what I try to do. And if you do those 3 letters correctly, there's a lot you can do. But if you're off 1 or 2, you're going to be off balance. So yeah. I usually spend my time with the vision, recruiting people, and then charging forward.
Yeah. And so, one of the things that I also find interesting about you, again, getting to know you a little bit, is you do act with a real sense of urgency, a real sense of energy. Where does that come from? How do you draw on that, or where does it emanate?
I grew up in, I never told you the story, Jason, but I guess I'm a lot like my mom, right? And my dad was, before he left at the age of 10, he left us back home in Miami. My mom was a really tough lady. And I was born in Washington Heights, right in the shadows of Yankee Stadium, very close to the Bronx. And we lived in a building, and we were on the first floor. As you walk into the building, it was like one of those fourplexes. We were to the right. And as you go to the right, the first room to the right, that's where a shoe store. And we sold shoes to everybody in the neighborhood. But my mom, she used to work at General Motors, and she would go there every morning, leave very early. And there was a drug dealer that lived in 4B, okay? And I guess he'd said something to my sister. And this was the guy that everybody feared in the whole neighborhood. And she got home and she got a hold of this. And she went and knocked on her door like at 9 o'clock at night after dinner. And I thought we were dead. I said, okay, we've lost Mom. And she says, if you ever talk to my daughter again, or any of my kids for that matter, you're going to have to deal with me. And I'm in 1B. And I thought she was dead. And the guy, who's a very powerful guy, he was like, Yes, ma'am, Miss Lourdes, we got you. And as a matter of fact, if anybody messes with any of your kids, they're going to have to mess with me. That's right. So, I mean, just watching my mom and her courage fight for us, having 2 jobs, I think that's where I get, my grit and my urgency.
Yeah. You know, it's also been interesting. So I'm going to talk a little bit out of school, so forgive me in advance. But it's been fascinating for me to watch you, with this show, The Deal, coming from Bloomberg early in the year. Shameless plug. But it's been fascinating for me to watch you turn the tables a little bit yourself, because you've been interviewed a million times. But I also know that you have this very deep sense of curiosity. You're an autodidact. I mean, you are self-taught for everything that you've done. How do you approach that? I mean, I know I have a sense of how you approach our interviews. We prep, but what's in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, look, growing up, I used to love Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. I used to love Michael Jordan. I used to love Cal Ripken because he's a big shortstop. And I love autobiographies. And history has a great way to teach you. Nothing against fiction books, but that's not my thing. I like reading about history and people that have done great things and have moved things. And I just love learning about the past, and whether it's baseball, business, giving back to the community. And I'm obsessed with information. If I'm not learning every day, I want to peak, Jason, when I'm 80 years old. I don't want to peak in the next 50, 30 years. I want to, every day, if you're not growing, you're dying.
Yeah. I mean, it's also been interesting to watch you because you have this amazing instinct for the follow-up. We were taping this interview 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago with Hannah Storm.
Yeah.
And this guy, we're sitting there, and she starts telling the story, and you lean in, and you're like, you remember what you were wearing? And she's like, no one's ever asked me. I mean, you have this knack for asking these questions.
And then I said, what shoes were you wearing?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're following up. I do, marvel at that sense of curiosity. I want to take that idea back to the players who are coming to you, because I feel like all of us in this room, if we're doing our jobs right, are often approached by younger people and, looking for, as John says, a hand up. What's the advice that you can give this room about, I'm almost asking you for advice about advice. How do you dispense it? How do you tell people things in a way that you feel like will resonate? What's your secret there?
Well, first of all, I think encouraging young people to ask the question. We live in a world where everybody lives in social media, and our communicating skills are deteriorating slowly. One of the things I do with my girls every night when we have dinner is we have no phones, no iPads, and one conversation. And we practice listening, right? It drives me crazy. So giving young people the encouragement to say there is no such thing as a dumb question. If you're respectful, you mentioned wrestler, we mentioned Magic Johnson, you name it, whoever it is, Mike Milken. What you find with most successful people, if you're polite and you're respectful and you ask for 10 or 15 minutes, if they have it, they will give it to you. So half the battle is showing up on time with a good attitude, with a notepad and a pen and no damn phone on the table, and say, Mr. Milken, if you were 20 years old, what are the 3 things I can focus on? And then you speak from the heart, and you read it. But I think it's really important to be available for those young people because, like I said, if it wasn't for Magic Johnson and his advice, him putting his hand on me, the proximity to greatness, I wouldn't be here today. So now it's my job to pay it forward to the next 100 thousands of young kids that want to learn from me.
Yeah. And, one of the interesting things I've also observed about you, additionally to the work we're doing together, is the work you've done around baseball. It's fun to watch you and Jeter and Big Papi sort of get up there and break it down. How do you approach something like that? Again, because I feel like one of the things that we've heard over the last couple of days is, pushing yourself into things you might not be as comfortable in, to have new experiences. Broadcasting is a pretty well-trod path, but it's not for everyone, and candidly, not everyone's good at it. It feels like you've worked hard to be good at it. What was attractive about that for you?
I mean, first of all, I've never, growing up, I always played with kids that were older, so I never felt like I was the most talented. So I had to be first in line. I had to show up with energy, enthusiasm, work ethic, just to catch up. And I mean, what a privilege for me to sit there with Fox. And I have three of my best friends in the world: Derek Jeter, a legend; Big Papi, a legend; Kevin Burkhardt, who does the NFL games on Sundays. And I'm sitting there, and every day, Jason, I learn something. When we're in the green room talking about what are the most interesting things that happen in October before a playoff game or World Series game, I'm learning from those guys. And the fan base, we have that in common. We love the game of baseball. And if I can take a very complicated issue like this Ohtani, for example, that he deferred, he's making $2 million a year for 10 years and then 60, like unpacking complicated things and letting people that love the game digest it for them, helping it digest for them where it's digestible. I think that I just get a lot of joy out of that.
All right, well, you gave me a great opening. Can we talk about Ohtani for a second? I mean,
Sure.
I'm obsessed with this. Like, we'll probably end up talking about this in our show, but like, so here's an amazing thing that I read that you probably saw as well on social media, is that basically his contract is so big, even relative to Mike Trout, that it was the difference between the Trout contract and the Ohtani contract is an A-Rod contract, which is no small fee, I have to say. That's not a small amount of money. How did this come about from a business person's perspective, now as an owner's perspective? How do you look at a deal like that? And what does it mean for baseball? What does it mean for sports? Especially because you've got your own payroll you've got to deal with at the T-Wolves and the Lynx.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, what you have with Ohtani in basic terms is a great deal for the Dodgers, is a great deal for Ohtani, is a poor deal for baseball and for 29 other owners. And the reason why, just to give you an example, the Dodgers collect $250 million TV money from cable every year. The Marlins collect $15 million, 250 to 15 in the same league. You have two teams, okay, that make less than Ohtani makes per year. So Ohtani makes 70, and you have two teams that pay 26 players under 70. That's not a sustainable model for a business. And the reason why the NFL works so well is parity, right? Everybody gets the same check at the same time, whether you're in New York, whether you're in Buffalo or Jacksonville. That is a sustainable model where you have shared economics. So I'm concerned about baseball and how does a team like Tampa compete with the Dodgers? But the Dodgers, they're printing money and they will continue to print money.
Yeah. All right, so we only have a couple minutes left, and I'd love to take advantage of you being here, and again, for this audience, to give them something to sort of walk out with, something that may be on your mind recently, something you've picked up, and maybe it's even in some of the conversations that we've had with folks, because we've talked to, I mentioned Derek Jeter, we've talked to Hannah Storm, we're talking to Michael Strahan later this week. That's going to be good. I'm excited about that. Couple of New York guys swapping stories. What have you picked up that you're telling other people? Like any stories that you want to share with this audience?
Well, I'll do a little shameless plug. We have one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time and one of the greatest tennis players of all time coming. That's all I can say. What I've learned, Jason, is the world's changing more so today than ever before. The world's changed more in the last 5 years than the last 50 years combined. And I think it's going to only speed up the next 5 years. So I think you have to, if you have an MBA degree, almost throw it in the garbage. You got to start again, right? Because the world is changing. If you don't keep up, and I don't mean that. I mean, MBA obviously is amazing, right? But what my point is, you got to continue your education process. It can't stop. And you can't rest on your laurels. That's one thing, that how fast and how people are thinking, the really smart people, where the puck is going, not where we are or where we were.
Yeah.
And I think 90% of the people are thinking about now and the past. The real good ones are thinking about what's happening in the future. That's one thing. And then the other thing I would say for all the leaders in the room is I think the biggest problem we have today in this country is a self-esteem issue. And I think it starts with our children and social media. And I think it works up to even adults, right? And I think as a leader, if you can get your teams to enhance their self-esteem and they can believe in your vision and they believe in you, they will protect your company and you like nothing you've ever seen before. And their performance would increase by 30 or 40%. So I think a lot more conversations, show up, be on time, don't just send an email or a text. Sometimes you have to, but there's nothing more powerful than in person. And at the end of the day, people will do business with people with two things and two things only. And that's why I'm doing this podcast with Jason, with Bloomberg, is everybody at the big league level pretty much does the same thing. They're all excellent. But you do business with people you like and people you trust. Simple as that. So work on building your relationships. And I promise you one thing, that when you're 80 years old and you look back, your net worth is going to resemble your network. So go do some networking.
All right.
All right?
Thanks, partner.
Thanks, Jason. All right, man. Thank you. Sure. I'm sorry.
Your net worth is going to resemble your network. And you're networking today, so that is great. So we're very fortunate to have our next guest with us. He's a true titan of innovation, of free enterprise, and philanthropy. Beginning on Wall Street, in 1969, he revolutionized capital markets by expanding access to capital for thousands of companies and entrepreneurs who created millions of jobs. His philanthropic efforts paralleled his financial career, expanding in 1982 with the Milken Family Foundation. And he's been at the forefront of many diverse initiatives in education, public health, and medical research. He is the chairman of the Milken Institute, a nonprofit, nonpartisan economic action tank with a mission of expanding prosperity worldwide. In addition to its annual global conference each spring in Los Angeles, the Milken Institute hosts more than 250 events each year, including major conferences around the world. In fact, I believe he just returned from Abu Dhabi and the 5th annual Middle East Summit, and maybe he can give us a report on that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to stand up and welcome to the stage the legendary Michael Milken.
We're bringing this home. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Milken. Does anybody in here think you know who Michael Milken is? Give me some love. Give him some love.
You mean we're not standing for this interview?
We can do whatever you like. Michael Milken was just doing steps in the back, by the way. So I need to, when Tip comes out, when Killer Mike comes out, when these rappers come out, when all the entertainers, Reggie Jackson, you know who they are. But I feel really bound up when somebody like Michael Milken shows up. And I gotta thank God. We know we have a lot of builders and achievers and amazing people, and I got one coming up after this that's gonna blow your mind, who's an incredible guy, Brian Chesky, the founder of Airbnb. And all these people who are coming up and who've been here for 3 days, and folks are going to Davos, and folks are going to President Clinton's conference, and all these, and people going to the UN. He's probably the wealthiest. And here's something I know. He's the only man. Anybody tell your friends in the lobby, come inside. Tell my team, I want everybody to hear this. Come inside, I want you to experience this. Everybody online, streaming, on the networks. I need you to understand what leadership really looks like.
That's you, John. That's what leadership looks like.
No. We're not transferring, no. Do you know the name Reginald Lewis? Reginald Lewis was the first black man on Wall Street to do a $1 billion deal. 1986. When $1 billion was probably today, it would be more like 1985, probably more like $20 billion today as far as a deal size. In 1985, it was unheard of for a black man to do $1 billion deal or $100 million deal. Michael Milken did this $1 billion deal on the cover of Black Enterprise, on the cover, rightly so, celebrated around the world. This is the man that gave him the $1 billion. Yes, yes. The sellers of the company, many people had questions about Reginald Lewis, and the reason Reginald Lewis had credibility is because Michael Milken said, "I got you." Let me tell you a couple companies. So Michael has probably financed 3,000 companies, helped and innovate what they call junk bonds, which is really high finance. Of the 3,000 companies, financed a couple $1 trillion of market cap and access to capital. Let me tell you a few companies you might recognize that he financed. He put in business. MTV, Nickelodeon, Viacom, Paramount, Time Warner, MGM, Fox, Turner Broadcasting, and CNN. Mobile phones, the origin of mobile phones, and I think it was
Craig McCaw.
Craig, yep. MCI, Verizon, cable companies, which include Liberty Media and TCI. Liberty Media now owns F1 Racing. So we were in Las Vegas a few weeks ago. We went there to support a charity for Felicia and Ben Horowitz, helping hip hop artists who are trying to retire, and they're raising money so hip hop artists can retire in dignity. So that's their foundation. Yes, Felicia and Ben Horowitz. And as I'm walking, as Shasha and I are driving up to the event, here's a guy coming out with a sparkled like entertainer's vest. Him and his two buddies, they just performed as a warm-up act.
We're just a hip-hop group. What can I say?
It was him. And he home builders, Kaufman and Broad. I mean, the list just goes on. This is just a few. If I just had one of these, I'd be happy, right? I just had Reginald Lewis, I'd be happy. And I've never said this in public about you, and I want to make sure we have solid time for you to go through some stats and facts that people need to know about the state of the world. And I want to cover entrepreneurship and health and wellness. You and my wife are very passionate about health and wellness. Let's now talk very quickly about. So it's the rest of the Las Vegas story. I'm so excited. So we're in Las Vegas, and he says, "Call me later." So I sent him an email and called him, and he said, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." And he says, "Well, you want to go? You want to come to lunch?" "Yes." So we're at lunch, and who's the guy who dropped by? The former CEO of Disney?
Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Jeffrey Katzenberg drops by. "Can I talk to you for a minute, Mike?" So he pulls him off. And then before we leave, he and another friend, Mackenzie, who's here, said, "You want to go to F1? "Yes." We just figured we'd get some, tickets. We find ourselves right next to, where the cars are going by. Because why? Because it's Michael Milken.
No, because it's John Hope Bryant who likes to race cars.
Well, that too. Thanks for telling all my business, Michael. Appreciate that. But so now that you've embarrassed me, I'm going to embarrass you. I've never said this in public. Michael Milken was a cheerleader.
Head cheerleader.
Head cheerleader. True story. Tell us this story very quickly. You're in high school. In his high school? In Van Nuys?
That's correct. And it was a very important position to motivate 3,000 to 4,000 students. And I had one of the people on my cheerleading team was a young girl named Sally Fields. who then had a career and has a career in the entertainment business. So, but you're a cheerleader. You get behind an idea, you want people to buy into that idea. And our goal there was school spirit. Be proud of your school. Be proud of yourself. And the school had a championship football team. As we traveled around, we wanted to make sure that we were good representatives of our school.
Now, see, here you go. I thought I was going to give you a whiz bang. I was going to tease you. I was going to put you in a slightly embarrassing moment, and you just flipped the whole thing on me once again. This guy literally has a genius IQ. Like, literally. Whatever the topic is, he just, by the way, flew in from the Middle East just for this conference. He was there holding one of his Milken Institute conferences. Milken conferences, you should try to go to it, by the way. It's one of the biggest and most prestigious and most important conferences in the world, Milken Institute. He's at Milken Institute. He's got.
Well, it's got a lot more prestigious, John, since you came.
Yeah, whatever.
So what can we say?
He's got the Milken Center for the Advancement of the American Dream. He just bought 6 buildings across from the White House and Treasury Department. Imagine what that security clearance looked like. He bought 6 contiguous buildings. He's building the Milken Center for the Advancement of the American Dream, which is going to be amazing. And by the way, again, Andrew Young quote, coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous, is next door to the Freedmen's Bank.
So you talked about the White House and the Treasury, but the Freedom Bank was my bank, my mission. The idea that everyone should have access to capital. And people didn't believe in that. And when I went to Wall Street in '69, there was maybe 10 people that decided whether you had the right to have access to capital. And so my goal was to change it, to democratize, so that everyone with a good idea and opportunity has access to capital. So you needed thousands of people, so that if those 10 people didn't fall in love with you, that you had others that would believe in you. And when it came to mobile phones, no one believed in it, and except myself. And to me, it was, I grew up as a Star Trek fan, and I saw Captain Kirk tell Scotty to beam him up, and I couldn't understand why you had to go to where the phone is and why your communication device wasn't with you. But people were quite skeptical with this technology, and the person that invented this technology was a company called AT&T, and they decided not to go into this industry in 1979 because they didn't think that many people would have mobile phones on the planet. And 20 years later, you were selling almost 1 million mobile phones a day, and they thought the whole worldwide demand would be 1 million. So you can have an idea, but you have to make it come to life. And if you wanted Atlanta and you wanted to have the mobile phone franchise for Atlanta, the application only cost $10,000. You could have applied, and many individuals did. But then you had to build it out, and that cost hundreds of millions. And so it's always individuals about an idea. And after the Watts riots in 1965, I wrote down this formula when I was at Berkeley, that prosperity, opportunity, jobs required access to financial capital to multiply the ability of people like John and others that have ideas and abilities. But if you didn't provide financial capital, many of those ideas never became a reality. And so you find individuals in history that made a decision to bet on an individual, financially support an individual, and that individual changes the world. And Reg, to me, was going to change the world. And he didn't have as much capital, but he was the best prepared knew more about the businesses than anyone else, and he was the best bet. Ted Turner had an idea of all news. No one believed in it. They used to laugh at CNN. They're not laughing anymore today. And so these are the people that have changed the world, and you just need to team up and get that access to capital to them. And I have been so fortunate over the last 50 years to meet individuals that had a dream, had ability, had an idea, and those ideas changed the world. And they just needed a little capital. And that's why in the last 30 years of the 20th century, small businesses like many of yours created more than 60 million jobs once they had access to capital. And the large companies, when they now had to compete on an even playing field, that you had access to capital, you had more ability. They couldn't compete, and they created minus 4 million jobs. So it's always the small, the idea, and whether that idea is Tesla or whether that idea is Amazon, that changed the world in so many ways. And today, I'm happy to tell you there's thousands of points of light that if you have an idea, you just got to make sure you're knocking on the right door.
Absolutely. I'm going to say something a little controversial. I've never said this to you, Mike. We never had this particular conversation. But it struck me as I looked at this list of companies, and then the outliers on this list, people like Reginald Lewis, the minority businesses that you've backed, all of the people on Wall Street now, not all of them, but a lot of folks running major companies on Wall Street now worked for Michael Milken at Lehman Brothers and other places. It strikes me, Mike, going back 30 or 40 years when you pioneered this whole space of alternative finance and et cetera, private equity. You were so pushing the envelope. You were so edgy. You were being inclusive. You're trying to get people to the table who weren't at the table, like Reginald Lewis.
Well, and a threat to the establishment.
That's what I'm getting to. I think that this is why you had some of your problems. They were trying to get you off the stage.
And some people that wanted to be mayor or president also in that process. But I would say one reason I wanted to come here is that my goal was to run a space program. And in 1957, when Sputnik went up, I wrote a letter to the president at the time telling him I was ready to run the space program. I didn't tell him I was 11 years old at the time, but I told him I never missed a math or science problem, and I've been looking at space travel and thinking about it for a long time. I never got a letter back, unfortunately. And so that was my plan. And then the Watts riots happened in Los Angeles, August 11th, 1965. And I was home from Berkeley, and Los Angeles was on fire. You didn't have to go to Vietnam. There were armed personnel carriers on the street. And I told my dad that I couldn't understand it. This was the city of dreams. Didn't feel the discrimination growing up in L.A., entertainment industry and others. But here's our city on fire. And I eventually went down and met a young African-American man. And he was sitting there looking at a building that had been burned that he worked in. And he didn't participate in burning it, but he didn't stop anybody. And so when he woke up the next day, he didn't have a job. He didn't have any savings. He was married, had a child. And he told me because of the color of his skin, no one loaned his father any money when he wanted to have a factory, and no one was going to loan him money. And to me, it was just outrageous. I could not believe that. It was irrational. And so I went back to Berkeley, changed my major to finance. And so it was the Watts riots. And when I got married 3 years later, I made sure I got married on August 11th, 1968, not to forget it. And so one of the reasons I'm here is to tell you what was is no more. Today, there's an opportunity for everyone. And Ken Chenault was the head of American Express. He's the chairman of the board of a large private equity firm, but there's many today. And a lot of times you need an entrepreneur. And so we started a program in the 80s identifying young leaders here that in 16 or 17, and I met one of our young entrepreneurs from the Philadelphia area here today.
Nice.
And John's wife is on his board. From the mid-'80s, an entrepreneur that has built numerous businesses. And so sometimes you need a hand. And I saw myself, Ricky took the risk of bringing Jackie Robinson to the majors. And every day, on that his day, in Major League Baseball today, many years later, the players wear number 42. And my grandson, no coaching from me, when he had to write his article in 7th grade of the person he admired most, I'm going over his house, he's going to make a presentation to the whole school, and lo and behold, it's Jackie Robinson that he's writing about. And we should not forget those people that came first and changed the world.
One of Michael and I, he allows me to debate with him. We were on CNBC last night. If you haven't watched that, it's our top interview from last night on CNBC. You should go and watch that interview we did last night. You'll see a little constructive friction there. He and I debate. Like he wants to convince me he knows more about black people than I do. Because he's a genius, and he studies this stuff, and he really cares. And on some areas, he actually does know more about the world and where we're going than I do. And sometimes you don't, and so we have that conversation. Can you tell them a little bit?
That's how we learn from each other,
That
right?
That is. And I love that you love to not only talk, you love to listen. You're still learning. At this point in your life, with all your success, you're still learning. And you're still thriving, and he was the most frustrated just sitting backstage doing nothing. He feels like he needs to do something, solve something, go something, do something. And finally we have you here. I want to cover one thing in particular. I want to make sure we don't run out of time for it. I want you to cover the statistics and the data, not now, before we wrap, on where the world's going. All right, but before we get there, I want to get personal for a minute. 30 years ago, you were told you had 18 months to live. You had prostate cancer. And you're obviously still here.
1 in 4 African-American men get prostate cancer.
1 out of 4 African-American men. Ambassador Young had prostate cancer, I'm pretty sure. Hank Aaron, I'm pretty sure, was successfully had it cured. But, and I go get checked, by the way, every year. Everybody should get checked. The largest funder of prostate cancer research in the world. The largest funder of, but not just prostate cancer, what else is it?
Well, many. Melanoma, many other fields.
The largest. How did you cure? You were told, the doctor said, write your will, get your affairs in order. You got 18 months to live, and you use that genius brain of yours and said, hell no, I got stuff to do. How did you turn it around? Again, I want to save time for your vision for the world, but how did you solve it? He's got a book out now, by the way, that he's signing for everybody. How did you solve it?
Faster cures. It's available to everyone. I would say I tried to figure out what everyone in my family didn't do. I had 10 members of my family died from cancer.
Wow.
And when you say that, John, I remember I went to traveled the country visiting with people. We had been funding medical research for 20 years, many other areas, but not in prostate cancer. And I eventually went to the head of urology oncology and my wife, and I sent him all my records, and I was looking for a solution. And his solution was I should get a psychiatrist for myself. We should get a psychologist for our children. And I should get my affairs in order. And I told him I really appreciate the advice, but I'm going to try to do a few things first. And I think what we looked at is what was going on in medical research. And 30 years ago, people weren't sharing their research.
Mm-hmm.
You'd go and talk to a person who was working on something, and they tell you, well, I have this article coming out in Nature or Cell in a month or 3, and after that we'll share it. And so we set up a program that if you wouldn't share your work and you wouldn't work as a team, then we didn't fund you. And if someone said, well, they couldn't share, I'd say, well, that's because your work is so important, you don't need our money. And within 6 months, every single person shared. And then we were the country for a decade had been trying to increase the National Institute of Health budget. And what we concluded was there's 10,000 diseases. Everyone's talking to their senator, their congressman, their president, and asking for money, and it's too diffuse. So what we did is we asked everyone to just stand down. Give us 2 years. And we're going to focus just on cancers, all cancers, because in the early 90s, people felt the big C, you were going to die. If people didn't tell people they had cancer because they didn't want to lose their job. And so we focused on cancer, and we told every disease, diabetes, muscular dystrophy, everyone, that we will go to double the amount of money you can if you can just let us focus on cancer and doubling the NIH budget. And so in 1998, we put on this march in Washington. We had learned a lot from Martin Luther King and putting a march on in Washington, and so we were going to put a march on in Washington to end cancer. And the request was the doubling of the National Institute budget. And 2 months after the march, the President of the United States, President Clinton, signed into law the doubling of the budget. And since then, we've had $500 billion incremental funding. And that is one of the reasons why we had a vaccine for COVID in less than a year. The first human being was inoculated with the Moderna vaccine 9 weeks after we sequenced the genome of that virus, 9 weeks. And they've been studying this concept of RNA, where your own immune system can be motivated and energized to make an immunity for yourself. And so it's changed the world, but that investment in medical research has paid off, and it's the #1 driver of the world's economy, is public health and medical research. And we have more than doubled the life expectancy on this planet in a little more than 100 years. It was 4 million years of evolution, and we extended average life expectancy by 11 years. In the last 120 years, we've extended life expectancy by more than 40. And it's not just length of life, it's the quality of life. And I wrote that book, Faster Cures, to tell you the best is yet to come.
And all that's great, and that's fantastic, and really important. But what'd you do to stay alive? When you were told you had 18 months to live, you didn't cook things for 2 years?
I only ate fruits and vegetables raw for 2 years, because you can change how your genes are expressed, by changing your microbiome. And I would say to you, it's been a quest for more than 30 years. We came up with a new periodic table. You might have studied oxygen or hydrogen when you're in school, but we created this table of what does broccoli do? What does Brussels sprouts do? What do all these things do? Why are they on this planet? What was their purpose from that standpoint? And so the food chain is going to change, and we can create healthy humans, healthy planet. We grew 72 billion animals last year to feed human beings. We caught 100 billion fish. And so in doing that, 10 of the 20 major things, and in fact the environment is growing something for you to eat. And by going to a plant-based diet, you can be healthier, you can be safe, and as you know today, it's becoming more mainstream. You can go to college campuses and find 10% of the kids today are vegetarians. And so we're going to change the food chain, and we're going to change your life. It'll be healthier and it'll be longer.
I'm not a vegetarian, but thanks to my wife, I'm a flexitarian. I still like ribeyes, but I eat more fruits, more fish, more fruits and vegetables. I try to make sure there's something green on every plate food that I have. I try not to eat processed food. Shatra says that being healthy is 80% what you put in your mouth and 20% working out. And when she told me that inflammation, that 80% of all diseases lives on inflammation, it stopped me cold. Most people are not fat, they're inflamed. And you can solve that. And when I say we need to make smart sexy, this is what I mean. We got to get out of the rhetoric, get into the details of life.
You can go online today and look for foods that are anti-inflammatory. I don't know if anyone in the audience ever eats Greek yogurt today, but there's been a dramatic change because the old yogurt was inflammatory and Greek yogurt is not. And so, unfortunately, Yoplait and many of the leading yogurt companies didn't understand that eventually science was going to change what yogurt you eat. And so, but we have this thing, John, called the Global Gourmet Games every year, where we serve you food and you have to figure out what's in it. We're going to invite you next year and see if you can tell the difference between spaghetti bolognese with filet mignon and spaghetti bolognese with tofu. We'll see if you can tell the difference.
So Shatra, she has, by the way, she has a wellness, she had a whole 360 wellness thing that we've done here because we believe in health, wealth and health, and they're now connected as a philosophy. And she has been educating me on all this stuff. And she messed with me one day. We were in Maui and she made some chocolate chip cookies, and I thought she'd lost her mind because I was being able to eat chocolate chip cookies. So I killed it. I ate as many as I could before she remembered what she had done. And I was overdosing on chocolate chip cookies, and it was all over my face. And she looked at me. She said, "You enjoy that?" "Oh, that was fantastic." And I'm trying to change the topic before she remembers that she's fed me something unhealthy. And she says, "John, they're vegetarian cookies. They were delicious. The cream I put in my coffee now is completely natural, and I go to cryotherapy. I mean, I really believe in this now." And she might have saved my life actually, because my blood pressure was through the roof. And I want you guys to take your health seriously. This is not the conversation I thought I'd have with Mike, but this is really important.
Well, we can talk about the world, but I want you to know that in the last 6 to 8 years, we've been able to reduce the death rate from cancer by African American men by 50%.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Say that again. I need the world to hear that. Say it again. What happened?
We started this program with the VA to give equal treatment. And so when you enter the VA system, you also enter the leading cancer center in the community. And we have latest technology and everything. And in the last 6 years, 8 years, we've reduced the death rate for African American men by 50% from cancer. So should we spend a minute on the world?
Yeah, we are. By the way,
in?
Mike, you just might make it into heaven. You just might. You just might make it into heaven. You're pretty good. You're a pretty good guy. You've done your part. So we're out of time, but we're out of time. We had one more mega session. Are we okay? Yeah. I know we're going a little over. You enjoying this? Yeah. So Michael doesn't do these meetings. I'm glad he's doing it with us. I need you to pivot now. You and President Clinton have said something to me that's very powerful. Intelligence is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. I need you to spend 3 minutes telling us where the world is going. Give us a demographic map.
Well, America is changing. You know it. Unfortunately, most people do not know it. 1960s, 75% of everyone born in the United States that was not born here. So everyone here, not born here, came from Europe. And 10% from Canada. 85% of all the immigrants to this country came from Europe or Canada. Today, most of all the immigrants that have come to this country have come from Latin America, they've come from Asia, and increasingly, and the fastest growing group is from sub-Saharan Africa. And so there are more people that were born in sub-Saharan Africa today in the United States than were born in Europe. And so the United States will be a Latin American, Asian, African country. How will you lead? And unless everyone feels they have a chance, we're not going to lead in the right direction. And so this is the future of this country. And we've got to make sure that people feel they have the opportunity so they'll believe in the free enterprise system 20, 30, 40 years ago. And the rest of the world is changing dramatically. So over the last 2,000 to 3,000 years, the world, the research, what went on was really dominated by the Northern Hemisphere. Egypt might have been at one time the leading civilization, but it shifted north. But what's happened in the Northern Hemisphere is a substantial reduction in the birth rate. And so in the United States, we have the lowest birth rate ever recorded today. It's below replacement levels. So if we didn't have immigrants, our population would be shrinking today. And that's the way it is in Europe, and that's the way it is in China. China had less than 10 million children born last year. At one time, they had 25 million children born a year. And that is why the United Nations is now projecting that within 100 years, Nigeria will have more people than China.
Wow.
And so the change that's occurring. So when you look at a map, it really doesn't tell you the way the world's going to be. So if you look at a map, you'll see the United States is much larger than Nigeria, substantially larger than Nigeria. And if you look at the population today, U.S. population is 1.5 times Nigeria. But if you look at the birth rate in Nigeria today, for every child born in the United States, substantially more children are born in Nigeria, and it won't be long before Nigerians' population is substantially bigger than the United States. And in fact, as I mentioned to John last night, there are more children born in Nigeria, 8.75 million, than all of North America combined, which is a little more than 6. There are more children born in Nigeria than all of Latin America. There are more children born in Nigeria than all of Europe, from Ireland to Russia. And Nigeria has the 10th highest birth rate in sub-Saharan Africa, 9 other countries even have a higher birth rate than Nigeria. So if you're looking where is the world going to grow, it's going to grow in sub-Saharan Africa. Maybe the UN is projecting 1.5 billion people. And so if we don't create opportunities there, they'll be on the move. There were 50 million people that came from Europe to the United States in the 1800s. There were no airplanes. It was dangerous travel. They couldn't see the United States. They heard about the United States. Well, today, a young mother in Angola or Zambia, she can see Barcelona on her phone. More than 80% of everyone in sub-Saharan Africa has a mobile phone today. They can see the life, and if she's worried about feeding her children, she's on the move. And when you see and read about these tragedies of people trying to cross the Mediterranean into Italy or Spain or Turkey and boats sinking and people dying, they're moving there for a better life for their children, just like 200 years or 300 years ago, people moved here for a better life for their family. And so today, one of the highest performing educational groups in America are Nigerians. They have come and they're changing America today, but those 1.5 billion incremental people, while the rest of the world shrinks in terms of its population, we'll either find those opportunities there or they will be here. And so for the future of our country to be a beacon of the American dream, we have to make sure everyone who was born in Latin America or their ancestors or Africa or Asia feels they have a chance at the American dream, and that is why we're building that center right next to Freedom Bank there in Washington, D.C.
We're honored to have you here. I'll be working with you, Mike, with the Freedmen's Bank legacy to carry it forward. Wally Adeyemo, Secretary of the Treasury's office, Deputy Secretary was here earlier. We talked about that. It is a coincidence of nature, of maybe of God, to have the Freedmen's Bank and the MCAD, Milken Center for the Advanced American Dream, not right next to each other in Washington. What's the chances of that? As we wrap this up, let me say this. I think it was Reverend Jesse Jackson who told me this joke. He said, you know, John, there was these hobos, and they were on a train. And I'm paraphrasing now where Michael Milken was going with this. They were on a train, and they didn't pay for passage on the train. Got kicked off the train. And these 2 hobos get kicked off this train. Owners, the shareholders of the train wanted people who pay, who understood passage and had enough income for the train. Get kicked off the train. Hobo number 1 says, man, I'm so angry, I think I'm going to buy this here train system. The other hobo said, man, I'm so angry, I'm going to sell it to you. Both of them so broke they can't pay attention. We've got to stop being emotional. We got to stop being angry. We got to stop pointing fingers. Let me make this very clear to you. If we be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. If we don't educate ourselves in financial literacy, if we don't understand what Michael's been talking about, if we don't decide to make a case for optimism, if we don't become entrepreneurs and wealth creators, yes, this country will be a majority of minorities within 30 or 40 years, and we will be broke. We have got to use our genius and our talent for something other than just sports and entertainment, which we have done brilliant at. Whatever we apply ourselves with, we kill it. The rules are published and the playing field is leveled, and we kill it. Black folks and brown folks, we've been doing so much with so little for so long, we can almost do anything with nothing. If we did that in sports and entertainment and in government, can't we now do this with entrepreneurship and capitalism? So I give this last award for the day to Michael Milken for one simple reason. Because in 1985 and 86, when I was a young man, you pointed the light for inclusive capitalism. You gave people a voice that weren't at the table. And you actually had the business plan for the future of America. And I'm going to translate it this way. My rich friends need my poor friends to do better, if only to stay rich. And you finance Reginald Lewis. And just because you finance Reginald Lewis, I'm giving you an award. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother.
Michael Milken, everybody. Love you, man. Did you enjoy this? Yeah. We got one more powerful session. Say thank you to Michael Milken.
Woo! And the inspiration keeps going. We're excited that our next guest will be talking about redefining the entrepreneurial journey of Airbnb. We have a transformational guest. His simple idea was to turn an idea into something amazing, and it's turned into one of the world's most recognizable brands. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Airbnb, Brian Chesky. There he is.
The founder of Airbnb, Brian Chesky.
Thank you.
So I can tell you he's the sub 300 richest man in the world. I can tell you all this and all that, but what I can really tell you, he's a cool dude. And he came here because he is actually the closest example, Mike was just saying, is to inclusive capitalism that you have. Tell everybody in the lobby, I want them inside here, I want you all to experience this conversation as we wrap this up. If you want a business plan that you can all touch, to improve your life, he's got it. Joe, your co-founder, was with us a few years ago. A great guy. He now runs, I think, the foundation for the company. I said yesterday that our friend Sam Altman was probably the Steve Jobs of this generation. That's because not only is he a genius, but he was fired and rehired like Steve Jobs was. And that explosion put him on the front page of everything in the world, and without question, he's doing important work. And what you may not know is the one behind the scenes really pushing to get Sam back into the CEO seat was actually Brian Chesky. So he was out there pitching yes for Sam Altman, as he's pitching for a lot of things that are important. But from a resume perspective, actually, Brian's closer to Steve Jobs because he has been a businessman and an industrial designer. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. You hail from a working class family. You and your partner got this idea, I believe, in college.
Yeah, right after college.
Right after college.
Yeah.
What was it called back then?
Yeah, so it started. My parents are social workers. So I'm from Albany, New York, outside Albany, and one day my co-founder, now Joe, says, Brian, come to San Francisco. Let's start a company together. And I remember, like, at that point, like, I was totally, like, I had $1,000 at the bank. So I pack everything in the back of an old Honda Civic. In October 2007, I drive up to San Francisco. And my roommate, Joe, says, Brian, we got one problem. And I said, what's that problem? He said, well, the landlord just raised the rent 25%. And we said, well, what are you going to do? And we always thought that every problem, there was creativity, could work your way out of that problem. And it turns out that that weekend, an international design conference was coming to San Francisco. All the hotels that the conference was recommending were sold out.
Wow.
And then we had an idea. We said, well, what if we just turned our house into a bed and breakfast for this conference? Just like a really simple idea. We could host some extra designers, make some extra money. But I told Joe, I said, we have one problem. And he said, what's that problem? I said, we don't have any beds. We just moved to San Francisco. So Joe says, well, don't worry. We have 3 airbeds. We pulled the 3 airbeds out of a closet. We inflated them, and we called it airbedandbreakfast.com.
Oh, my God. Air mattress.
Air mattresses. The
Airbnb.
Hosts have now earned $180 billion, but it started with 3 airbeds in our living room.
Wow. Air mattress, Airbnb.
That's right.
That's so cool. And it's been $100 billion?
Over 180 billion hosts have earned. So for every about $1,500 spent in the world, $1 spent on Airbnb. And so obviously
whoa, repeat that again. Right, back up. Roll that again.
Yeah, so for every $1,500 spent in the world, one of those dollars is spent on Airbnb. So it's about the size of the economy of Croatia, if you were just compare it to a country.
That's unbelievable.
And the amazing thing about it.
Entrepreneurship, my God.
Yeah, well, and I think you and I have talked about this because you have a goal to spread entrepreneurship around the United States and a million Black businesses and around the world. And I think that Airbnb, think about my story. I became an entrepreneur starting a tech company, but before as a tech entrepreneur, I was a host. Because I took the biggest asset everyone has in their life is their home.
Yeah.
And we said, well, what if within 10 to 20 minutes, you could take your asset and immediately start making money? So we created a system of trust. Because the first time we came up with this idea, I remember somebody said, Brian, I said, yeah. He goes, I hope that's not the only idea you're working on. He said, why? Wow. He said, because strangers will never trust one another to let them in their homes. So we said, well, what if they weren't strangers? And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, what if we both had profiles? What if we could message each other? What if all payments handled through the platform? And what if after the stay, you and I reviewed each other? And what if we provided even more protections? Like if your home gets damaged, we'll cover up to $3 million of damage protection. And we have AI screening technology to prevent parties. And we just did all these different things. And it turns out that when you design a system of trust, suddenly you enable commerce. And you make something easy for people, then suddenly you have millions of entrepreneurs. And so we have over almost 5 million hosts. If you put your home on Airbnb, half the people who put their home on Airbnb get a booking within 3 days. Within 3 days, you start making money, $400 or $500 immediately. And just in Georgia, here in Georgia, hosts last year earned $500 million.
Wow.
56% of the hosts in Atlanta are women. So it's a very diverse audience, and I think it's an ultimate equalizer.
$500 million
in Georgia.
Georgia, just last year?
Just last year in Georgia.
Right
there, we got a couple out there.
That's 1 year old right here. So I wonder, and I know we're drifting a little bit in the conversation.
Yeah, no, go where we want.
But I wonder whether there's an opportunity for people of color who've got too much month at the end of their money, who are trying to find innovative ways, legal ways, ethical ways to come up in their life, to build wealth, to build opportunity, to build cash flow and build wealth. I wonder if there's a way for people of color to either use their house as new hosts or buy a house and become a host. And maybe there's some way that we can tie that in to the work Operation Hope is doing, maybe with things like 1 Million Black Business Initiative. I mean, what do you think about that?
I think that absolutely. I know we've been working very closely with your team, and one of the big things that one of the big tool sets you have is financial literacy. Yeah. And I think one of the pieces of financial literacy is understanding the assets that you have. And again, I think helping people understand that you're already paying for this asset if you already live in a home, or there's an asset available if you want to basically get a second home, and understanding the really basics of cash flow, what Airbnb can generate, what your basic costs are. It is one of the most amazing types of economic opportunities. The average host in the United States makes $14,000 a year. Most of this is supplemental income. And here in Atlanta, I think half the hosts are small business owners. About 1 in 10 are teachers. 1 in 10 are artists. So you've got an incredibly diverse group. And I think one of the things you and I share is if you want to change the world, you should do 2 things. Well, you should do more than 2 things, but 2 things that we believe. The first thing is allow everyone to be an entrepreneur. Because when everyone's an entrepreneur, then they start to own their own destiny. Yeah. They can lift themselves up. And if we can give the tools for people to be entrepreneurs. The problem is entrepreneur sounds like a big, scary thing.
Yeah.
But it turns out that everything in the world that was big started small. It started with a single step within 3 days. So if we can make a small step, you can grow. Another thing I've always believed is if you want to change the world, you should bring people together. You should bring people together, especially people that look, sound, and come from different backgrounds. And if you bring those two people together, then they're going to realize the other is not so other. People are fundamentally the same.
That's right.
And the thing I've learned over Airbnb's been used more than 1.5 billion times. So more than Airbnb has been used more than 1.5 billion times in 220 countries and regions. That means that, you know,
that's most countries in the world.
Other than Iran, North Korea, South Sudan, Crimea, Belarus, Russia, but other than, and it was in Belarus and Russia until obviously last year. So what is that lesson? People, I am shocked myself at how well this idea works. When we came up with the idea 15, 16 years ago, and you were to tell me that like 1.5 billion people would live together, what I've learned, I mean, it sounds like not a good idea, let's be honest. It turns out it works.
Because I don't want my cousin Pookie living with me.
Yes, exactly. But
if he pays me, I might actually do that.
It does turn out, though, that most people are fundamentally good, and we are, at some deeper level, 99.9% the same. And it sometimes takes you to travel. It takes you to walk in someone else's shoes to realize that that person, those types of people that I thought were totally different than me, they're not that different after all. And that travel and living together in community can be the ultimate education. And if we can educate enough people about one another, allow them to own their destiny, you know, 5 million hosts today could be tens of millions of hosts. You know, we're adding tens of thousands of black hosts in the United States every year. And I believe that's just the beginning, because these are seeds that will turn into, I think, a really big garden.
Brian, question. All the experiences, 1.5 billion in 220 countries, I believe you said, 500 million of revenue just in Georgia last year alone, all this ripple effect, all these experiences. I believe, actually, you also have lived recently in an Airbnb yourself.
Last night, I stayed in one. It was an amazing home. I think is a park called Piedmont Park, right near there. And
Piedmont Park?
Piedmont Park.
Yeah.
I stayed right next to that park. And it was this like family house. I walk in, there was like a piano in the living room, and the family lived there, and they weren't there, but it was like this incredible artifacts of their life. It was a really great place.
Dude, when you rent an Airbnb, this is by the way, this is not the question I was going to ask you, but I'm just nosy. When you rent an Airbnb, do they know it's you?
I don't tell them, but I try not to be a secret shopper. I think sometimes they figure it out, sometimes they don't.
I mean, does it say Brian Chesky on the? It
says my first name, and after they accept a reservation, they get my full name, and you know, they often figure it out, but not always.
And have you had any special surprises? We show up like a marriage proposal or something?
Not yet. There's always time.
Do you think that? I hope I didn't give anybody an idea. Do you think that that all these experiences that you have intake as you're trying to do data and research on the back end of the company, making it better, you're having to process all these experiences that you're seeing in all these countries? Yeah. Real talk, because it can be very intoxicating being one of the wealthiest, most powerful people in commerce in the world. It can go to your head. It hasn't gone to yours. Do you think that all these experiences have actually made you a better person?
Yeah, I remember somebody once said, you tend to be the average of the people you surround yourself with, and you also are the accumulation of all of your experiences. I like to joke, I never really got into this to make a lot of money, because if I did, I wouldn't have been inflating air mattresses. So it did not seem like a good way to make money. And, you know, I'm a designer by training, so like my whole thing was I wanted to just design something and solve someone's problem. But I grew up not traveling very much. You know, I remember like once a year, my parents are social workers, so once a year we go on an airplane, because my mom like would go to a conference and like they would pay for a conference, so it would turn into the family vacation. Right. And the first vacation I ever went to was St. Louis, because that's where the conference was, and that was the first time I was in an airplane. Then every year we moved to a different place. And I remember that travel was like the ultimate education, because I don't remember every day I went on a school bus, but I remember every single place I traveled to. I can tell you every trip I've been to, every place I've been, but I can't tell you all the times I went to school. And so travel became like an education for me. But then when I started the company, starting a company, somebody once said, is like jumping off a cliff and assembling the airplane on the way down.
Yeah.
And you gotta like just learn and learn. And I think the number one trait you need, or one of the number one traits, is curiosity.
Yes.
I think that's the same trait. It comes from travel.
Yes.
And so am I a better person? I'm a more complete person, because I have seen so much more of the world. I've seen so much more of people. You know, I grew up believing the world was the way it was, and that you have to fit into that world. And you have to, you know, fitting in is a really important thing growing up. And that you can't really change that much about the world. And it is the way it is. And people over there, they're like that, and these people are like this. I mean, it's kind of funny. People without passports tend to be the people with the strongest opinions of other people. That's crazy. And so it turns out that we just need to come in contact with more people, more ideas. When I look at the people on this stage, it's been an incredibly diverse group.
Yes.
And like, that is one of the superpowers that we all have, is that we shamelessly take the best ideas from everyone, and the best ideas win.
It was really beautiful, by the way, to your point, to see T.I. and Mike Milken and Reggie Jackson and Alex Rodriguez and Toby Lukey, Canadian, and Brian, you. I may be missing somebody.
Sam Altman.
Huh?
Sam Altman.
Sam, well, yes, I'm talking about just in, like, literally.
Oh, just today.
Ambassador Andrew Young, in the same room.
Oh, yeah, in the room, yeah.
Having the same conversation. Yeah, Anthony. Having the same conversation. Concerned about the same things. Eating the same food. Listening and being interested into the same things. Having kindness and respect for each other. Hugging each other. Loving each other. And all being here for you.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna, so it's, in some ways, you're still a social worker. I mean, your mom and dad were social workers, and in some ways, you're just the world's social worker.
I think that there's something about the model that, like, yeah, it brings people together, and ultimately people want to be listened to. Everyone's got a story, and this is just a context for conversation around kitchen tables all over the world.
So I'm sure you're able to answer the next question, because your legal team has already told you what you have to say or not say, or they got to be sued 5 years ago. But I'm fascinated. What's the strangest property you've got on your platform? And what's the weirdest experience you know of on your platform?
So we have some pretty interesting properties on Airbnb. You know, we have 7 million homes, and you'd be shocked the kinds of places we have. So we have a giant boot that you actually sleep in. Somebody built a boot in New Zealand.
A who?
A boot. A giant boot in New Zealand.
A boot?
A boot. Somebody built a, like, obviously oversized boot, about 15 feet tall. Someone else loved, you know, Yellow Submarine, the Beatles song.
Yeah.
They actually created a yellow submarine in the middle of the woods, and this submarine has a waiting list to stay in. We found another person, they built a giant dog. They called it the Dog Bark Park B&B, and you enter through its rear to get into the house. So I could kind of go on and on and on, but like you can rent anything on Airbnb.
Is there anything underwater?
I think we probably do have. We have a lot of things on water. We have literally thousands and thousands of boats. We might be the biggest boat rental company.
Really?
Probably.
I was joking.
No, we have thousands and thousands of boats. We have castles. We have thousands of tree houses. I mean, by the way, like the easiest way that, like one of the easiest, best ROI I've ever heard of, maybe even better ROI than many tech companies, is a tree house. Because the land isn't very expensive.
Or return on investment.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the land isn't very expensive. The tree houses cost maybe tens of thousands. I mean, they could cost more if they're really nice. But some of these make over $100,000, $200,000 a year. So it's completely crazy.
Wow.
But the weirdest experience, we've had a lot of bizarre ones. I'll just share one. One time, you know, we get millions of people call customer service for all sorts of complaints. And I remember one time somebody called customer service and they said, I want a refund. And we said, well, why do you want a refund? Yeah. And they said, because the house is haunted. There's a ghost in the house. So, you know, typically what we do is if a guest calls, they want a refund, we call the host. We say, all right. And all the host had to do was say, yeah, there's no ghost, and then the guest can't really provide photo evidence. And so we... But then the host...
Well, we hope the guest can't provide...
So the guest says, I want a refund, the house is haunted. And the host says, it is true there's a ghost in this house, but his name is Stanley. He's a friendly ghost, and I disclosed it before booking. And so now the guest and the host have a major dispute over Stanley, the ghost. And that is, as weird as that sounds, we have 4 million people staying in an Airbnb tonight around the world, about 4 million, which is basically as many people as the city of Los Angeles population.
Yes.
So the 1 in a million, those stories happen every
day.
single day.
Yeah. You forced hotel companies to change their business model. You forced resorts to reimagine their business model. I mean, you've got everybody, you know, running around trying to figure out how they can compete with you, and that's a beautiful thing. On the one hand, it's a compliment. On the other hand, it's stressful because people are trying to put you out of business, and somehow you continue to rise. We had our friend Sam Altman here yesterday, and he pointed toward the future of AI.
Yeah.
You were involved with that, not just because you're his friend, but because you're using artificial intelligence. Let's spend a couple minutes on AI and technology and how that relate to a company that we see as a housing company in most people's eyes. How does it relate to that? Then I want to pivot the time we have left to the future and the vision you have for the company, for the country. We're going to make a case for optimism, if you want to, for our world. And how do we all fit into that? But let's start now with AI and technology.
So, you know, one of the things that like Sam Altman would say, and almost every intelligent person on AI has told me, is that this is going to be one of the greatest technological revolutions in human history. You know, the last big platform shift that changes our lives was probably the mobile phone. You know, the App Store was launched in 2008. Before that would have been the mid-90s with the internet. And before that would have been the 70s or 80s with the microcomputer or the personal computer. And that most people believe that this is going to be bigger than all of them, maybe bigger than all of them combined, more like electricity or more like the Industrial Revolution. And whether or not it is or not, let's just assume that is where this is going because of just the power.
More so than from the horse to the automobile?
Probably, because it will probably affect more than just people moving around. I mean, clearly the automobile changed a lot because it was a major supply chain to change how people move around. But this is, what will not change because of AI? What will not change? There will be some things that won't change, but not many things. It's going to affect everything. So here's what I would say. I think it's a major opportunity. This conference is called Hope. And I think that you should think of an AI as a tool. It's a tool. And we humans are tool builders. What I think the two things that allow our species to be different than other species is our ability to make tools and our ability to cooperate. That's what makes us different than I think every other animal in the animal kingdom. We can cooperate and we can make tools. AI is going to be the most powerful tool ever invented by humanity yet, probably. And it's only going to get more powerful. What AI means is that everyone can have the best teacher you've ever imagined that can be personal to you. Everyone can have the best doctor personalized to them. Scientific discoveries that would have taken 20, 30 years could happen in a matter of years. So many things can be changed with AI. But the thing is that AI is a tool, and we need to put that tool in everyone's hands. Because what we don't want is just a few people designing the future.
That's right.
Right? The more people contribute to building the future, two things happen. Number one, then more people are empowered, and that's good for rights for everyone.
Yeah.
But also, better shit is created.
Right.
Because it's everyone's idea.
Yeah.
And so what we need to make sure is that everyone participates in this revolution. And if everyone participates in AI, then I am actually really optimistic for the future. But if everyone does not participate, and only a few people participate, then I'd be very, very concerned about what's going to happen. Because then you're going to have a situation where this is the ultimate haves and have-nots, where you're going to step on the gas and it's going to be like going 1,000 miles an hour, and there's no brake and there's no reverse, and you just got to go forward. And so we need to make sure that everyone is on the bus for this technological revolution. Again, I think the internet brought in most people in the world. The majority of people in the world are now on the internet. AI is going to be the next revolution, and I think that's how people can help. And I think our business is going to be very much enabled by AI. I can talk about that. Yeah, and so maybe I'll just end by like talking a little bit about the future. So yeah, Airbnb. You know, I'll just start from where I'll end where I started. I never imagined becoming an entrepreneur. I remember like the only entrepreneur I knew growing up was a guy named Bob from Bob's Pizza. And I said, I don't want to have a pizza shop, so I didn't think I was going to be an entrepreneur. When I started...
And he wasn't an entrepreneur, he's a business person.
Business person.
Right.
And I remember when we started Airbnb, I told my mom I'm an entrepreneur. And she said, no, you're unemployed. And I said, no, Mom, I'm an entrepreneur. And that's when I realized when you first start, it's very much a state of mind. There's a sense of intensity and resilience. And the most important thing is that you have to believe it. And then something remarkable happened. Over the last 15, 16 years, I've been on one of the most unbelievable rocket rides of a lifetime. And I've seen the world. I've been able to be a small part of changing a lot of things, especially how people travel, how people live, how people monetize their biggest asset. But what I believe is now, we run a public company.
Yep.
We're in the S&P 500.
Yep.
We're one of the larger public companies. Our brand is a noun and a verb used all over the world.
Yep.
And I'm 42 years old. And thank you. And so for me, what do you do when you're 42 years old at this point? I guess you have a couple choices. One is you could say, I did it, be over, do the next thing. You could just keep kind of doing it as you're doing it. But I want to go a different path because I believe that I'm just getting started. I believe the company's just getting started. And I believe that the world needs a lot more help.
Yes.
And, for me, I'm a designer by training, so I like to think, what's the problem that I can solve?
Yes.
And I think there's a lot of challenges that are happening in the world. There's a few that I'll point out. It seems like this country is more divided than it's ever been. Certainly more divided than I remember when I was growing up. Yep. And that's surprising because we're all on the internet. We're all on social media. And you think the more we would have brought people together online, the more we would have had some common ground. But I think that there's something about bringing people together online that sometimes people repel each other. People don't change their minds in YouTube comment sections. Your Instagram followers aren't coming to your funeral. These things are not happening. But what we can do is if we can help bring enough people together in the physical world, then we can ultimately remind people that they're not so different. The other thing that's happening is people are more lonely than they've ever been. This is the loneliest time in human history.
Yes.
Yes, like the Surgeon General of the United States this year put out an advisory warning. And they used to put out advisory warning on cigarettes.
Yes.
The new cigarettes is loneliness.
Yes.
And they're showing that a huge percent of people, as many as half of the people in America, are lonely. The loneliest people in America are teenagers. Teenagers. And that a large...
spending all this time on their mobile, their device.
And the lonelier they are, the higher the rates of depression and mental health issues. And so what is the solution to this? Well, we're not proposing we're going to solve this. But I think what we need to do is I think what people are missing is community.
Yes.
And I mean real community in the physical world. They're missing connection with one another. They're missing having real experiences in the physical world. And they're missing a sense of hope that they can change their destiny, that they can do more than just do social media activism, that they can actually get into their community, build their own life, and contribute to their community and meet one another. And so what I want to do in this next chapter of Airbnb is to go much bigger than just monetizing your home. We'll talk about, in the future, maybe I'll come back and tell you more about what those plans are.
Sure.
But I want to really innovate on our system of trust. I want to take the strange out of stranger. I want hundreds of millions of people to really feel like when they come to Airbnb, they have this secure, trusted community, that we, the company, know all about you. We understand your hopes, your dreams, what you want out of your life. And that what we ultimately do, like any good host, is we just match you and connect you to other people. Maybe you need a home, maybe you want to have an experience, you need a service, there's a bunch of things that we can do. And that we can create tens of millions of entrepreneurs. And by bringing enough people together in the physical world, we can make this world feel a little bit smaller. And that's ultimately what I'd like to contribute.
So you're going beyond housing.
Absolutely.
Beyond a rental experience.
I think
giving people a life
there's
experience.
Life experiences. And I think ultimately, like education is going to be a big part of it, because travel is one of the ultimate, one of the best ways to learn is by traveling.
Expand your
You
mind.
expand your mind. You have real experiences. They're incredibly vivid. So again,
You and Sarah Fryer next door need to be just like talking to each
yeah,
other.
definitely,
My God.
definitely. Yeah, we're definitely both in the community business, and I just think, I think we're just getting started. But I think that what we need to do, I mean, if I were just end with this thought, whatever problems we have in the world, we have the technology to solve. The problem isn't a lack of technology, and this is the worst technology we'll ever be in our lifetime. But what we need is cooperation, and we need a grand vision that we all can work towards. And that vision is going to require cooperation. It's going to be very hard to cooperate if we're fighting. And at some point, we probably need to listen to one another. And I don't know how these arguments that are happening in society get resolved, except for at some point, people listening and working together and realizing that we'll all have more if we work together than if we fight. And again, that's what I think this world is going to need. And almost all problems are global. Global warming, global nuclear armament, the problems are global. Global poverty, these are global problems. The world is getting more interconnected. And so I think that there's a huge opportunity. And I think the next generation, they just need hope. And that hope needs to come from a vision. And that vision needs to come from the sense that you were born in this world, but you can leave behind a better one. And you can change things. And here are the tools. And the tools you have are better than any tools anyone has ever had in human history. And you're as smart as all the people that were born before you. So you're as smart as all the people before you, and you have better tools than them. Then what's stopping you from making anything you want in this world? I think it's a mindset. It's a sense of cooperation. And I think we can build something so much greater than what we have today.
Woo! For $1,500 to $15 million, as Reggie Jackson says, he even owns an Airbnb. From $1,500 a treehouse to $15 million, you can be an Airbnb host.
Anyone can be a host. You can do it in a matter of an hour. You can list from your phone. You can download the app. You can have guests within 3 days making money. We have people to help you. And the basic idea, again, is we just want to make it really easy for people to monetize the biggest asset in their life. And we're just getting started.
And you believe this, switching now back as we wrap this up to this AI conversation, you think that the AI Ethics Council, we're not going to try to do what the government is trying to do, but this concept of having an ethics council that puts a moral and ethical framework around this so that not only the opportunities are shared, but also the risk are acknowledged, and we try to really work on them before they overwhelm us. These are all good.
The faster something grows, the more you have to think about it before you do it. That's a really simple principle, right? Once the genie's out of the bottle, you don't put it back in the bottle. And so if we're going to unleash the most powerful tools known to humanity and give them into the hands of everyone, then we should be thoughtful, very thoughtful, about what we're making and how we want people to use them, because they're going to use them. And the one thing I've learned building Airbnb is if you put something in the hands of 100 million or 1 billion people, there will be unintended consequences. You cannot perfectly predict what 1 billion people will do with a powerful tool. That's part of the beauty of it.
Yeah.
But you have to be very thoughtful. And you don't want a situation where only the people building have a say in what they're building. It's like we build a city and only the general contractors get to have a say in what the buildings are. That'd be crazy.
Yes.
The whole city participates in the building. Now, we probably don't want it to be as hard to build as it is in many cities.
Yes.
So we're going to have to not stifle innovation. We're going to have to realize we don't want to suffocate this amazing opportunity to create wealth for everyone. But we also don't want to get in a car and drive 1,000 miles in a school zone. We want to be really thoughtful about doing this. So there's some balance here. There's a balance between terrifying everyone and putting on the brakes, which is bad because I think that's going to then stifle a huge amount of opportunity, and it's going to take away hope from the next generation.
And bad guys on the other side of the world will then get
But
ahead.
you don't just then blindly close your eyes.
Yeah.
That there's a really wonderful balance in between. Where that is, we have to negotiate together. And what you ultimately want are people working together, really intelligent people to figure out, because what we're really doing when we do that is we're designing the future that we all want to live in. And we're using it through the most important technology that we're about to put in everyone's hands. And so I think this is a great thing. I think you want, the other thing is we want to learn the lessons of prior generations.
Yes.
You build a building and there are architects and they learn from thousands of years of buildings before them.
Yes.
If we're going to redesign society with this technology, we should learn the lessons of the past.
Yes.
And there are many people that bring those lessons. We want to learn. We want to listen. We want to incorporate them. And that's going to lead to the best design for the future.
I want to thank, you can't make this up. You were not designed, it was not planned that Brian would be the last speaker of the 10th annual Hope Global Forum. That was supposed to be Michael Milken, but Michael had to go do something, and so Brian was gracious and said, I'll go last. But you can't make this up. This is just perfect.
Thank you.
Because God just used you to say exactly what we needed to hear as the final conversation of this meeting that's been shot around the world. Millions of people will watch this within a week. You brought care and inclusive capitalism into the same conversation. And as one of the wealthiest, most privileged people in the world, you humbled yourself and you connected yourself with the least of these God's children. And you said, I can't be me without you being you. That's what I heard. And for that, I didn't just hear your brain, Brian. I felt the heartbeat of your heart.
Well,
and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you. Thank you.
Join the Hope Global Forum. You got 2 minutes? I want you to do something unnatural. You got pride, you've got education, you got degrees, you all know you've been successful. But I used to get on a plane and travel all across the country to meet somebody. I followed Ambassador Andrew Young for a decade. He didn't know who I was and didn't want to know. But I wanted to touch his hand. I wanted to feel what it felt. I want that energy to pulsate through me. First time I met a billionaire, I wanted to touch his hand. I wanted to look in his eyes and understand what made them tick. I want you to humble yourselves. I want you to know that God made you equal in intelligence, but not yet, maybe so yet in opportunity. I want to transfer that energy and opportunity because you're not a human being having a spiritual experience. You're a spiritual being having a human experience. Come up here and shake this man's hand and let some of this energy that he has pulsate through you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you all for coming. We'll see you next December. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming. Those of you who are here and those of you who are listening, stay optimistic, everyone.